Can you hear me clearly or am I bleak? I'm okay.
We can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Sasha, do we have quorum and is the chancellor in the room yet?
Let me check. There are a lot of people on the meeting. Let's see. Looks like we're still missing a few people. I only see 4 members. I don't see.
A few people were going to take a bit of a potty break.
You now have quorum, but we are missing the chancellor.
Let's wait a moment until she gets in the still without a chancellor.
Looks like it. I don't see her on.
I believe we need to wait for her. Let me text her.
Cindy, I'm also waiting for the closed session readout, which I don't have yet.
Chancellor, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, okay. We're ready to go, President.
Good evening, Peralta community. First of all, I just want to apologize for our tardiness because I know that we are running late tonight. And secondly, I just want to welcome you to the open session of tonight's governing board meeting. Let's call the meeting to order. Board Clerk Sasha, please.
Student Trustee Hogan?
Here.
Oh, my apologies, President. I went ahead with roll call. You can go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance first.
Let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance 3.2. Dr. Angelica Garcia, we would love for you to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Great. Thank you. I feel really honored, especially as we're celebrating our Veterans Day
Right.
event tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to turn my camera off, but please join me, everyone. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, President Garcia. All right, let's move on to 3.3 roll call.
Student Trustee Hogan?
Yes, I'm here.
Student Trustee Cooper?
Here.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Here.
Trustee Handy?
Here.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan?
Yes, I'm here.
Trustee Bonilla?
Present.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice?
Yes, present. Thank you. Let's do the affirmation of the statement of cooperation, 3.4, sorry. Do you want to get that up on the screen?
Can you see that?
Okay, as per usual, let's set the framework for our meeting by stating the statement of cooperation, by reading out the statement of cooperation. The board is seeking to continue to work on trust in and among our members. We agree to listen and seek to understand others and opposing viewpoints with the expectation of good intentions and a deep commitment to the district's students. Number 3, we commit to being prepared for each meeting and to work within our established communication protocols when we seek additional information. Members will review the agenda in advance of each meeting and adhere to board policy 2340 for adding items to the agenda. We have reviewed the board's code of ethics and commit to reviewing it annually at our organizational meeting to remind ourselves of the behavior we are to exhibit and the guidelines we are to follow in our role. If the code of ethics is violated, we commit to follow the process stated in the code and will first address concerns informally to settle disagreements one-on-one between and among members before moving to the formal process. We agree that from time to time, the chair will remind members of appropriate behavior and may call for a recess or redirect members if they stray from the topic of discussion. We collectively recognize that it is within the duties and authority of the chair to render decisions or take actions to keep our meetings on track in adherence to board policy. We will strive to fulfill the vision we established for ourselves, and we will model the behavior we want others to exhibit. Okay. Let's move on to 3.5, the report of action taken in closed session. Vice President Gonzalez Yuan, do you have that?
I do have that now. Thank you. Hold on just a second. Let me pull it up. It'll take me a second. Great, here we go. Madam President, at tonight's closed session, the board voted on the following items, and I'm going to read the first 5 items. All 5 of these were approved on a 7-0 vote with trustees Withrow, Jenkins, Handy, Delphine Polk, Benia, myself, and President Napoli Abella Reese voting in favor, 0 no's and 0 abstentions. We voted to approve the recommendation to appoint Timothy Thomas as the Director of Public Safety in the district office effective November 15, 2021 through June 30, 2023. The recommendation to extend the appointment of Brian Slaughter as the Director of Purchasing Services in the district office effective January 2nd, 2022 through June 30, 2024. Also, the recommendation to extend the appointment of Tammy Taylor as the interim budget director in the district office effective January 1, 2022 through June 30, 2022, or until the position is filled on a permanent basis. The recommendation to extend the appointment of Michelle Len as the interim payroll manager in the district office effective January 1, 2022 through June 30, 2022, or until the position is filled on a permanent basis. And then also the recommendation to extend the appointment of Atia Rashada as the acting director of student activities and campus life at Laney College effective January 1, 2022 through June 30, 2022. Under section 2.4, the board voted to delegate the authority to appoint an interim deputy chancellor position and to agendize the employment terms as finalized for ratification at the December meeting. The chancellor has appointed Stephanie Droker to this position, and I understand that Stephanie Droker is in the audience tonight. Congratulations, Dr. Droker. The board notes that the practice of the district is normally to agendize appointment and to take action under item 2.1. But in this case, there was an inadvertent mistake, and the position was listed under the evaluation section and not under the appointment section 2.1. Accordingly, the board did not take action to appoint, but took action to delegate the appointment to the chancellor, as is normal for positions other than that of the chancellor. The personnel report will bring this appointment for consideration as a ratification in the December meeting. And this motion to delegate authority was made on a motion by trustee Withrow, seconded by trustee Handy on a 7-0 vote. Withrow, Jenkins, Handy, Delphine Polk, Benia, myself, and President Napoli Abella Reese voting yes, 0 no's, 0 abstentions. Under item 2.5, the board voted to approve the settlement agreement in the DFEH matter number 202008-11112131 on a motion by trustee Withrow, seconded by trustee Handy on a 7-0 vote. Withrow, Jenkins, Handy, Delphine Polk, Benia, myself, and President Napoli Abella Reese voting yes, 0 no's, 0 abstentions. Under section 2.5, the board voted to approve the settlement agreement in employee number 10862900 on a motion by trustee Withrow, seconded by trustee Benia. 7 aye votes, Withrow, Jenkins, Handy, Delphine Polk, Benia, myself, President Napoli Abella Reese voting yes, 0 no's, 0 abstentions. And Madam President, that concludes the closed session readout for tonight. I'd like to extend a warm welcome and re-welcome to all employees who were appointed tonight or ratified or reappointed tonight. And again, we are very pleased to welcome Dr. Droker to the district. Madam President, that is all we have for our closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen. Wonderful news. All righty, let us move on to 3.6, approval of the agenda. May I have a first and a second?
I'll move approval.
And then discussion. So Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen first, second trustee Withrow, discussion. Were there any items that needed to be reordered or taken out? Okay. Hearing none. All right, let's move on to roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes, here.
student trustee Cooper,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Is it possible to go back to discussion?
Yes, Kevin.
Okay. I'd like to pull 6.2 for discussion.
Noted. Let's continue roll call, or do we need to start at the beginning of the votes? All right, let's continue roll call. Unless you wanted to speak on that, Vice President Gonzalez, UN?
No, that's an acceptable amendment.
Okay.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delvin Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Dembele Villareese.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Let's move to 3.7, approval of the minutes. May I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Thank you, trustee Withrow. Second.
Second.
Thank you, trustee Bonilla. No discussion, I don't see. So let's do roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Cooper,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delvin Polk,
Yes.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoleon Villareese.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are now at 3.8, our associated student government reports. I see Harry. Do we have any other student leaders as well? And we'll have Harry go first.
I have Natalie Rodriguez, so I will move her over.
Thank you. Harry, the stage, mic, box is yours. You can begin.
Good evening, everyone. So the ASBCC will be hosting a student circle from 12:20 to 1:20 every Wednesday. And this student circle is like a space for students by students to just discuss the questions that students might have in terms of returning to campus. And also the ASBCC has appointed students to both the campus-wide and district-wide participatory governance. So, as well as the Office of Student Activities will be offering free food during the holidays. So in Thanksgiving, if you need food, then please come by to the Office of Student Activities. And the ASBCC also have voted to suggest adding the AC Transit referendum to the spring 2022 ballot. And the decision has been forwarded to Vice Chancellor Siri Brown. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Harry. And is our next student leader in the room? Sasha?
Yes, Natalie, are you there?
Good evening, Madam President, Chancellor, and members of the board. My name is Natalie Rodriguez, and I'm the Director of Student Activities and Campus Life. I will be providing tonight's Associated Student Government report on behalf of the College of Alameda. We currently have one eligible candidate running for student government. Voting is currently taking place and will end tomorrow, Wednesday, November 10th at 11:59 p.m. Students can access the voting link via our social media announcement post or via our website at alameda.peralta.edu/ASCOA-elections. An announcement with the voting link was also emailed to all COA students via HubSpot. We have one additional student who has attended a student representative orientation and will be serving on at least one shared governance committee. The student has demonstrated an interest in also joining ASCOA once the elections are over. Student representative orientation for students interested on serving on participatory governance committees will now be held by appointment instead of every Friday of the month in order to provide interested students with some flexibility. Students can register for an orientation by emailing Director Rodriguez at nrodriguez@peralta.edu. In October, we hosted multiple student events. We held student representative orientations Fridays from 3 to 4 p.m. We held special election candidate orientations on October 4th and October 5th. As a part of our Latinx Heritage Month celebration, we held a plática on maíz and milpa on October 5th. We also held a conversation on understanding Latinx, Latina, Latino diversity and why it matters on October 12th. We held CalFresh registration events that proved to be very successful on October 12th and October 26th as a part of our free produce market. We also held an undocu meet and greet on October 21st as a part of Undocumented Student Action Week. In partnership with our health services, we held a Wellness Wednesday event on the topic of living with loss on October 27th. And we held multiple Dia de los Muertos events, including our Ofrenda workshop offered on October 28th. In partnership with East 14 Art Gallery in Old Oakland, we participated in a Dia de los Muertos ceremonia on October 30th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then on November 12th, we held a Cafecito con la Facultad, an opportunity for students, faculty, staff, and administrators alike to come together and join in conversation regarding Dia de los Muertos. Our upcoming Wellness Wednesday event is titled Protect Your Energy, and that event will take place on October 17th from 12 to 1. In terms of our food pantry, we are currently in search of student workers to assist with the free produce market and CalFresh outreach. And in partnership with the Alameda County Food Bank, we will be distributing a limited number of holiday chicken dinners. That concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalie. Do we have any more student leaders in the room? Oh, Student Trustee Cooper, you're speaking for Merritt, right? Okay.
Hello, friends. First and foremost, I'm proud to report to y'all that the ASMC has voted unanimously to adopt the AC Transit Easy Pass referendum and open up the item to vote to the student body to see if they want to bring that back. I am additionally happy to report that things are moving along wonderfully with our parliamentarians and our student members are getting more informed and better educated on how to engage the participatory governance process to the fullest. And we have a number of exciting items that I won't spoil for y'all until December's reports, when we will have a number of exciting reports for you. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Student Trustee Cooper. Do we have any more student leaders in the room? Sasha?
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Let's go to 3.9 then, our Peralta Classified Senate Report. Terrence, you're
Hello.
on.
Can everyone hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Good evening, President Reese, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Jackson, presidents, and guests. Tonight we have 3 classified Senate campus reports. The first report comes from the College of Alameda Classified Senate. Scheduled College of Alameda Classified Senate Leadership Retreat is scheduled for November 12th. They will be discussing priorities for short and long-term goals and plan for the January 2022 Flex workshops. The second report comes from the Berkeley City College Classified Senate. Berkeley City College will hold its bi-monthly Senate meeting this Wednesday from 3 to 4:30. Some of the topics we'll address first, including classifieds and the guided pathways implementation, Secondly, offering interactive professional development activities to build deeper connections with one another. And third, acknowledgement of our first Employee of the Quarter, Yu Yan, for her exceptional work performance, service to students, and her support of all departments of the BCC community. Yu was also promoted to the Senior Admissions and Records Specialist position. The leadership team strongly supports classifieds in their journey of professional growth. The BCC Classified Leadership's goal this year is to provide both personal and professional development opportunities and growth and service to one another and the BCC community as a whole. Thank you. The third and final report comes from the District Service Center Classified Senate. Greetings, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Jackson, Executive Leadership, Union leaders, Senate leaders, and student body leaders. As it relates to the Safe Peralta Return to Worksite Town Hall and planning meetings, the District Administrative Center Classified Senate would like to express the gratitude for the hard work everyone is putting in to make this happen in an orderly and inclusive manner. The Senate would like to take this opportunity to share a few concerns. There may be a lack of inclusiveness in the planning process as it relates to including the campus/district engineering staff. Secondly, an official return to campus schedule has yet to be published, which includes on-site office hours for staff and management upon their return. In addition to the above concerns, the classified professionals at the District Administrative Center would like to request the following. The District Administrative Center Classified Senate requests the opportunity to provide input on the draft COVID policy handbook that is still pending distribution from the district HR and risk management departments. The District Administrative Center Classified Senate wish to be invited to all meetings, including off-schedule meetings, for updates on items pertaining to the COVID-19 policy, the safe return to work sites, and handbooks or policies guiding our return. The District Administrative Center Classified Senate members are asking for a seat at the table to participate in all existing district-wide level participatory governance committee meetings and any future governance committees being formed. We are also asking for a shared governance forum that allows for our regular input on District Administrative Center concerns. The Classified Senate is committed to emphasizing the need to have classified input considered from every site district-wide to ensure a safe and cohesive return to campus process. Thank you for allowing this time to hear our concerns. That is the end of the campus reports, and thank you very much for your continued support of the Peralta Classified Senate.
Thank you, Terrence, for that. Let's go to 3.10, the District Academic Senate report.
Good evening, President Abella Reese, members of the board, and Chancellor Jackson, presidents, and guests. Tonight, I'd like to talk about this past week, 12 members of the Academic Senate attended the state plenary, and it was very, very informational. There seems to be, over the last few years, a lot of legislative issues that have been pressing on community colleges, and the latest one is Assembly Bill 928 by Bergman, which is talking about a GE pathway for transfer. So transfer was being discussed quite a bit at the plenary, and how we're going to be facilitating that along with the ethnic studies requirement and the issues of the 60 units that students transfer for the most part, and how we fit in all of these different issues. And so that was being discussed, and other issues around equity was continuing to be discussed in terms of how do we partner better, more effectively with our student senates? How do we effectively partner with our classified professionals? A variety of different areas were looked and discussed. And so I want to say that, hopefully all of the college academic senates and district academic senates begin working on the different issues around GE that's going to be coming up. I also like to take a moment to say that as we begin to finalize our BAM, which is the budget allocation model, I am concerned about the continual increase that we see of the revenue that is given to the district, whether it's district services or district administration. It continues to grow. It's more than 30% now. And as we go and finalize this BAM allocation, we really have to look at this. We have attempted to try to differentiate between colleges and district responsibilities. All kinds of information have been produced on it, but we continue to see the increases. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Droker as the new deputy chancellor, but it raises up again from FICMET and from other people, I believe even from the ACCJC, about how many vice chancellors, chief of staff, now a deputy chancellor. All of it might be rationalized in terms of the needs for those, but it really raises up the question about when you are 30% of the revenue and you don't bring in any of the revenue, the colleges bring in the revenue. We really need to relook at this. Even within the model itself, we need to look at what services are being provided, how effective are those services, how effective are we, and what's the rationale for the number of these high-level management positions that we currently have. And so as we go through and look at the BAM, and as you get the BAM model, I hope all of these things are looked at, because as we continue to go downward in our FTES, we really have to look at who we are. We're no longer a 30,000 student population. We're less than a 20,000 student population for our district. And at what point is it going to go down to? What resources do we really still need to have? And in particular, again, I stress the fact that the district is over 30% right now. So I hope these issues are looked at. I want to congratulate the college's veterans programs and the programs they were sponsoring. I congratulate all of the veterans who go to school here, who work here, and so on. I think it's something that we all need to respect and appreciate in terms of the services that they have provided. And I look forward to seeing how later this month the students start signing up for classes. We need to re-emphasize to the students the opportunities of both face-to-face. There's a growing percentage of those classes, and other ones that are still going to be online. So hopefully we will get a good number of classes being provided, but equally so in terms of the students who are coming. So thank you very much.
And thank you for that report, Donald. Let's move on to 3.11, public communications. Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen.
I think Board Clerk Sasha Amiri will be handling public comment until we've worked out a protocol to figure out order of speakers, et cetera. And just for members of the public to know, we've had a change in legislation under COVID where we've been meeting remotely. The rules around public comment have changed. We're in the process of figuring out what that protocol should now look like, how we determine order, et cetera. But in the meanwhile, our board clerk will be handling public comment.
Does anybody, as an attendee, have any public comment they'd like to make? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, so far I just see Jennifer Shanowski, so I'll go ahead and move her over. And then we have Lily Jones next. Jennifer, are you there? Jennifer, you're muted. I don't know if you.
Oh, I didn't hear you call me. There's a lag between when you say my name and I get to appear on your screen. Good evening. Thank you so much. There's actually 3 items that jumped out at me from tonight's agenda, but I'd like to focus on one, and I'll let y'all guess on what the other 2 might be. Of primary concern to me tonight is the Deputy Chancellor position that we just received a report on. We've been told that this is an existing position, and so the direct appointment of an interim candidate, as was just done, is allowed by AP 7123. These facts are in direct conflict with statements that were made 5 years ago regarding the folding of the Chief of Staff position and the Deputy Chancellor positions into a single position. It's also in direct conflict with the list of current positions provided by the district to PFT in June of this year. Was that list true, or does PFT need to file another ULP regarding the district's failure to supply correct and true data? The notion that it's an existing position is a little puzzling in light of a later agenda item that adds a new salary line for this particular position. Was the last Deputy Chancellor paid less than the new candidate, or was the last appointment not in line with any salary schedule? Again, we're simply confused, and there's not a lot of transparency about what it is that's going on. The move to hire a Deputy Chancellor with a job description that's identical to the existing Chief of Staff position is generally concerning in light of the district's repeated claims that we're operating with a structural deficit, a term that I don't like, and that our fiscal cliff is coming. The district's own budget books indicate that while course sections have been cut to match our current enrollment and projected apportionment after the fiscal cliff, district spending has outpaced increased funding from the state over the last 5 years. Right-sizing the ship, to use the district's own expression, isn't possible if we continue to hire top-level administrators that cost at least $250,000. More than 50 sections could be offered with that money. How many students would be served? How many FTS would that capture in service of future budgets? Later on in the agenda, we'll be hearing an enrollment report from VC Brown, and the picture to be painted will surely be bleak. Perhaps it's time to actually put students in education first. I don't blame the board for seeing the chancellor and recognizing that she's working really hard and needs help. But I'd like to point out that we all work really hard and we all need help. You heard from faculty in May asking for help in the form of additional full-time hires. Our staff have been waiting years sometimes for desk audits because they're working hard and also need help. And our students need help too, help enrolling, persisting, and succeeding in the classes that they're here to take. I could go on and on about the concerns I have with the position and the process that you use to fill it, but I'll resist belaboring the point. I refer you to the documentation that I sent that's all cited with the district's own language and documentation that I provided to all of you last week. And I urge you to consider that fiscal responsibility is about more than just appeasing a grand jury or ACCJC. It's also about ensuring that our colleges are here
20
to
seconds.
our community now and our community far into the future. Thank you. And may I ask that in the future, if we're going to do time checks, maybe you hold up a sign or something, because it's a little, it's sort of disconcerting to have the announcement. Just a suggestion. Thank you. Have a great night, all.
Lily Jones, did you still want to make a public comment? You want to raise your hand if so? There we go. Moving you over to panelist.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not sure if this is the proper point in the meeting. This is actually the first meeting that I've ever attended. So thank you very much, Madam President, Chancellor, and members of the board. I am just here to speak on behalf of the Laney Biomanufacturing Program with regard to acquiring more space for our donated equipment and just the general positive impact that it's had on my life personally. I just really want to thank all of you for the opportunity to be here. I did not anticipate graduating when I took my first class at Laney, and the incredible positive impact that that program has had on my life really can't be quantified in just the 2 years, which also happened to correlate with the COVID pandemic. So any additional funding or space that can be allotted to that program, I think would make a huge impact to myself and my fellow students. Thank you.
Okay, we have one more. We have a Ben Garcia. Moving him over. Ben, you've been moved over to panelist.
Hi. Well, to start with, my name is Ben Garcia. I am a student at Encinal High School and at Laney College right now. Thank you to the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor, faculty, staff, and any other students attending right now. Just as Lily Jones said, I want to speak also on behalf of the Laney Biomanufacturing Program, and specifically the dual enrollment programs. More specifically, the one with Encinal High School, the one I attend. It's also had a super positive impact on me and has generally helped give me a sense of direction in terms of where I think I want to go with a career path and just chasing things that I'm interested. And I think that any funding and the previous support that's been given to the program have been super beneficial. And the fact that the Board of Trustees has decided to build a new STEM building, I think is going to have a huge impact on not only myself, but future students, especially at Encinal, the juniors under me, that are going to get to experience that in years to come. And I just want to say thank you guys. And I'm excited to see where it goes. Thank you.
Okay, and we had one more hand pop up, Malu Killian, moving them over to panelist.
Good evening, all. I'm Malu Killian, a student from Encinal High School, who's also part of the Laney Biotech Pathway. Through this dual enrollment program, I've been able to take classes in biotechnology and biomanufacturing at Laney for the past 2 years, and with the instruction of Professor Bruce, I, along with 30 other high schoolers, have had the opportunity to learn and perform processes like CRISPR and use technologies such as electrophoresis. We've also been able to listen in on guest speakers from different biotech industries. And this program has also given me the chance to gain valuable insight on what I'd like to pursue in the future. And as of now, I'm also planning on a major in STEM. And I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the Board of Trustees for funding a new STEM building at Laney. I'm excited for the future of this biotech pathway, along with the positive impact the new STEM building will bring to the learning experiences of future students. Thank you for your time and have a nice night.
And that is it for public comments.
Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen, I'll give this back to you until you're ready to give it back to me.
I think we're all good. Actually, I think there was one set of public comments that were submitted in writing. And I believe that the board clerk has forwarded those to the board members, and they will be entered in as part of the public record for the evening. Is that correct, Board Clerk Emery?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, President Reese.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go to 3.12, Chancellor's reports.
I'd like to have the presidents will follow our traditional order with Berkeley City College first, and then College of Alameda, followed by Laney
Parliamentary
College,
inquiry.
and
Parliamentary inquiry.
Excuse me, Micah, let us wait until the Chancellor is finished.
and then
Parliamentary inquiries are recognized immediately.
and then will be followed by Merritt College, and I will turn it back over to you, President Reese.
Thank you. What was your question, Micah?
First of all, under Brown Act, parliamentary inquiries are recognized immediately when they're.
You do not interrupt the Chancellor, but go ahead, please. What would you like to
Under Brown
inquire
Act,
about?
parliamentary.
What would you like to
inquiries are
inquire about?
You're interrupting
Yes,
me.
go
I have
ahead.
2 sentences to say. You could just let me. Can you please, from an ADA standpoint, stop rapid muting an autistic? I can't communicate like this.
Go
I've
ahead,
had 2
please.
sentences to say, and you're only cutting me off and disrupting my ability to think or speak.
Thank you.
The second thing I was asking about is there are 4 public comments submitted that I am CC'd within. I see right here. Would those not all be read aloud?
President Reese, can I address this question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Student Trustee Cooper. The practice of the district with public comment is we receive live public comment from any members of the public that are attending the meeting and during the public comment session. For written public comment, the practice of the district has been that we note the public comment has been received, and I'd ask if this clerk could please list the names of the public comment items that have been received. Those will be noted in the minutes as received, and the comments themselves will be distributed to the trustees, the chancellor, and be incorporated as part of the minutes of this public board meeting. That is the long-standing practice of the district as it comes to written public comments received.
Madam President, may I request that the board clerk read into the record the names of the people who've sent public comment so that those can be noted into the record?
Yes. Go ahead, Sasha.
Just one moment, please. I have them all in email, so. I have Matthew Morris. I have Latrina Gaddison, Alex Badois. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And I know there was one, I think it was Ruby Chavez de Chavez. And those are the 4 that I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chancellor, let me go back to you. You were going to have the president speak and put forth the reports.
Yes, I thought we would just go in our normal order, starting with Berkeley City College, and then College of Alameda, Laney College, followed by Merritt College, and that would conclude our report at the end of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, President Napolia Bella-Reese, Dr. Jackson, members of the board, colleagues, and community members. In addition to the written board packet that you have received, I want to take this opportunity to highlight some efforts at the college. As you heard earlier, the Associated Students of Berkeley City College report from our president, Harry Mapudile. The college is they are fully engaged in the governance structure at the college, from the college roundtable to the integrated planning and budget committee and just beyond. I'm grateful for the leadership of President Harry Mapudile and the executive officers for their steadfast commitment to ensure that student voice is infused into all of these spaces. And I especially want to commend them for hosting the weekly student circles every Wednesday from 12:20 to 1:20, a space that's for students by students to hear from them, I believe is a great example of serving as a representative from their constituency group. I also want to take a moment to share that Professors Cora Layton and Chris Bernard are the faculty distance education coordinators, and they have certainly been busy this past year. Each week, a distance education update goes out to the community, highlighting resources available to faculty who want to hone their distance education tools, and sessions on how to engage students with their cameras off, to using the Ally accessibility tool, and even having the faculty resource Canvas shell. They are working diligently to support the teaching and learning of students across the college, and we are grateful for their work. Additionally, Professor Layton's own graduate work at San Francisco State University with a renowned expert in high flex teaching and learning is contributing to some of the discussions on campus, and most recently to the high flex task force that BCC is launching. This task force is committed to exploring and reviewing and demystifying high flex, which she very candidly shared at Roundtable this week is the use of a combination of 2 or more modalities. And I want to thank VPI Cooney Hay and Professor Layton for coming to the College Roundtable this week, in which they received unanimous endorsement to launch this task force. So very much looking forward to just the evolution of teaching as we know it during these times. A couple more comments here. BCC has received recognition as a champion of higher education from the Campaign for College Opportunity for the number of associate degrees for transfer awarded. This is the 4th consecutive year that BCC has earned this recognition, and complementing this recognition is being awarded for the 2nd consecutive year as an equity champion of higher education for closing equity gaps and increasing the number of Latinx students who receive an associate degree for transfer. This accomplishment is really due to the work of classified professionals, of faculty, of counselors, administrators, and the students themselves, really being committed to student success and completion. Really proud of our college accomplishment. And as an example of that, the Peralta Transfer Day was a district-wide collaboration that we just had across the colleges with over 45 colleges and universities ranging from public, private, out of state. We had just under 400 students across the district participate in that. Happy that we had about 40% of those participants were BCC students. And I did have the chance to join several of the sessions. Really just wanted to thank the college personnel for coming. And I even had a chance to connect with my alma mater. And I kind of now have agreed to be on a panel, but nonetheless, it was great to see students in that space. And just lastly, this was shared in the Classified Professional Report. In closing, I want to recognize the work of the Classified Senate. They have recently instituted an Employee of the Quarter, which is a peer-nominated process. And as you heard, Hui Han is a colleague and senior admissions and records specialist, and I just want to congratulate her for serving as an example of exemplary service to the community and especially to students. And with that, that concludes our remarks. Thank you.
Good evening, President Reese, trustees, Chancellor Jackson, colleagues, and community members. I believe one of the hallmarks of a great organization is having wonderful and talented people. I would like to share the accomplishment of two such members of the College of Alameda. Our Dean of Career and Workforce Education and Customized Training, Eva Jennings, has been appointed to the City of Alameda's Mayor's Economic Development Advisory Panel. The purpose of the panel is to advise the mayor, city council members, and staff on key economic development issues and initiatives. The swearing-in ceremony was held on October the 19th. Dean Jennings has been a member of the College of Alameda community since 2016. She is also president-elect for the California Community College Association for Occupational Education. Congratulations, Dean Jennings. Next, Dr. Direm Ikiche co-authored a chapter of a new book entitled Discourse and Conflict, analyzing text and talk of conflict, hate, and peace building, recently published by Palgrave Macmillan in 2021. The chapter, Person-to-Person Peace Building Through Intercultural Communication, Discourse Analysis of an Online Intercultural Service Learning Project with Afghans, highlights peace building through intercultural communication. Congratulations, Professor Ikiche. I am also pleased to welcome a few new colleagues to the College of Alameda. We have Claudia Rulas, our Accesso Adjunct Advisor, who joins the College of Alameda with 9 years of experience working in higher education. Claudia is passionate about working with students and is a huge believer in student equity. She looks forward to working with our Accesso students. Next, we have Juan Lopez, our new undocumented student success coordinator. In this role, Juan will serve undocumented students and their families through mentorship, expansion of resources and services, as well as promoting growth and excellence of our undocumented students at College of Alameda and beyond. Join me in welcoming Claudia and Juan. On October the 21st, the College of Alameda Academic Senate voted to donate $1,000 to the Library Reserve Textbook Fund. This fund was established in spring of 2020 in honor of former automotive technology instructor and past academic Senate President Ed Cirillo, because of his steadfast support of College of Alameda. The donation honors Ed's memory while also helping students cope with the ever-rising costs of textbooks. Thank you, College of Alameda Academic Senate, for your generosity and compassion. On October the 22nd, College of Alameda held its Puente Family Night to celebrate families and friends of Puente students. This year, we had 35 Puente students, friends, and family members celebrate together virtually. This evening offered participation in a variety of engaging activities, including important transfer information and special appreciation for those who helped our students stay focused on their educational goals and to achieve them. Lastly, I would like to thank and recognize our veterans for all that you do and have done to keep us safe, to ensure our freedoms and quality of life. That ends my report. Thank you.
Good evening, Chancellor Jackson, President Napoli Abella-Reese, members of the governing board, valued community members, and most of all, our students. I too would like to begin my report tonight by thanking our veterans throughout our district for their service, and Also, just would like to say, and I'm going off the page a little bit, that I felt very proud to hear from our biotechnology students who spoke during public comment, and also really appreciate the service of Professor Bruce as well as Professor Blakey in bringing this great program along. I also will share tonight a bit of breaking news. On Monday, the Laney College community learned that at the Journalism Association of Community Colleges conference this weekend, 7 Laney student journalists and the entire newsroom of the Citizen all earned awards. Details will follow in my next report, but I hope you will join me in congratulating them and Professor Eleni Gastas for the continuing recognition and achievement that they earn. I would also like to update you on yet another expansion in our food distribution efforts. In addition to the 4-day per week meal distribution that takes place, the college has also increased its days of food pantry distribution to both Wednesday and Thursday. What this means now is that students twice a week can pick up boxes containing dairy products, poultry, meats, and canned goods along with produce. Thanks as always to Food Services Manager Neil Bermeko and his outstanding team for the great work that they continue to do to make a difference with our students in serving their needs. So the last couple of weeks has been great at Laney College, and I'm so pleased to share that it's been a time of on-campus events. On October 27th, the Lavender Project hosted its annual Laney Queers Fall Costume Tea Party for employees, students, and allies across the district. This group and all who attended were excited to reunite since on-campus events have certainly been scarce. And I was pleased to be among those joining the festivities, although I'll have to say that the Laney Office of Instruction candy basket that I stole and brought to the party paled in great comparison due to the great pastries and other foods prepared at the Laney College Bistro. Best of all, it was great to see students from at least 3 of our 4 campuses, including student trustee Cooper, in attendance joining in person, with the event also offering a Zoom option. Thanks to all those within the Lavender Project who organized the event and made it a success. Also, from now through November 24th, the Laney College Steingart Art Gallery is open for its annual Dia de Muertos exhibit. One very special day will be Friday, November 19th from 12 to 3 p.m., when the college will host a party for the community to visit the gallery, enjoy some food, enjoy some music, and dance. Special thanks goes to Professor Robert Adams for facilitating the exhibit. The Day of the Dead is a celebration to remember and honor loved ones that have departed. This year, longtime Laney instructional assistant Augustine Rodriguez built a Dia de Muertos altar for some of our colleagues within Peralta that have passed away, including Renee Rivas, Loretta Hernandez, and Wanda Bishop. Finally, on my report, I'd like to share that from October 25th through the 28th, continuing our strong pursuit of guided pathways and all that it means to Laney College, our area of interest coordinators and co-coordinators, both faculty and classified professional colleagues, hosted jam sessions to meet with students, answer questions, and share insights about our classes, programs, and our 8 areas of interest, also called meta majors. This event received paid promotion on Facebook and Instagram, netting 27,879 impressions and more than 300 clicks to our website. Many thanks to all those who participated, especially our Guided Pathways co-coordinators, Susan Timrosavala and Eleni Gastas. And that concludes my report for this evening.
All right. And congratulations, that's a big deal, Rudy, with the citizen staff. That's good stuff. So good evening, Chancellor, President Napoli Bellarice, Board of Trustees, our colleagues and community members. This is Merritt's Board of Trustees report for this evening. So Saturday before last, Merritt College partnered with our own Oakland City Council member, Lauren Taylor, to sponsor the Trunk or Treat in the East event, which took place at Liberation Lot, for those of you unfamiliar, East Oakland, corner 73rd and Foothill. So along with several other businesses and organizations, including the East Oakland Collective, the fire department was out there, Homies Empowerment, the Bay Area Classic Cars, because that was a big hit. We partnered with those folks and donated funds and candy to help underwrite some of the costs for this free community event. I was out there, I can tell you that there were hundreds of family members that showed up for the roller skating rink, the face painting, the food vendors, the music, the dancing, and of course, the classic car show. It was just really refreshing, just given all the negative news that we always hear about Oakland. It was just really refreshing to be out there, safe, family-oriented, fun event that was really, really diverse and brought a cross-section of folks out. So it was really edifying to participate in that. During the last week of October, our two vice presidents, Vice President of Instruction, Denise Richardson, and Vice President of Administrative Services, Garth Queeson, they attended two statewide conferences, CIO Conference, Chief Instructional Officers Conference for Dr. Richardson, and Garth Queeson was at ACBO, which is the Association for Chief Business Officers for the state. So they came back very pumped up, rejuvenated with some very good ideas and pertinent perspectives on how we can address issues such as the budget crisis, the student housing planning projects that we have in place. And that would be a good time also to thank the district office for getting that crucial application in to the state to try to get some funding for us for student housing projects on campuses, giving our housing insecurity. That was really big, so appreciate that. And with regard to the Chief Instructional Officers Conference, Dr. Richardson came back with some ideas about how to address declining enrollment and improving student success through non-credit pathways, the CVC, the California Virtual Campus, as well as fully embracing AB 1460, which is the ethnic studies requirement, which has some very important implications for transfer alignment. So stay tuned for more news about that. And finally, Dr. Beskoff talked a little bit about the meaning of Dia de los Muertos. We have that on our campus as well. Opportunity for faculty, students, administrators to come together. It was virtual again this year, but I don't think that dampened in any way the enthusiasm. It was just as powerful and poignant as ever. So we were very fortunate to be able to do that with our Merritt family. And I also want to point out a future event on Tuesday, November 23rd. Merritt College is going to be hosting a pre-Thanksgiving grab and go. So that's going to be hot meals for students, PPE. We're going to have music, program and registration information. So please come out and join us if you can. That is Tuesday, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Come up and share the love at Merritt College. And that's my report for this evening.
Thank you, President. President Napoleon Bella-Reese, I'd like to turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just listening to all the things that are happening at the colleges and then also listening to our student leaders, I have to tell you all that I am really excited to see you all in that conference room at some point soon so we can see your enthusiasm, feel your enthusiasm in person, which we will do soon enough. Let's move on to the presentations. 4.1, PeopleSoft update regarding progress of the process and how it's being used for contracts. Our presenter is CTO Mehuli.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Chancellor, and thank you, board members. And thank you, members of the public. So tonight I'm here to present the PeopleSoft upgrade phase 2. We just completed phase 1 in February 15, and now we are fully moving to phase 2. So next slide, please. Yes, and tonight I'm joined with Marla William Powell, Executive Director of Physical Services, and Immaculate Adeshida, and she's the Director of Human Resources. So we are working together. So the same structure we have on phase 1, we continue with the same structure. We're having a participatory governance and a project charter where the chancellor is executive sponsor of this project, and she's hands-on and all involved on all the processes and helping us move forward and taking roadblocks. And the executive cabinet of the chancellor are here to give advice and participate also, and to help the process move smoother. Next slide. And here we have all the, just to thank all these people in this slide. There's so many people, and we have to make it even smaller because of all the people involved in this project and are working hard day and night to try to make it happen. So we want to thank them, and we want to acknowledge them also. Next slide. And we have the participatory governance. We have a student focus group that is heavily involved on this training and communication, and Mark Johnson and Ingo Stark and the DEP teams are helping us coordinate those. And we have the governance committee that we work with, get ideas and recruit faculty and to be participating on these projects. So we need everybody involvement. So thank you for the leadership of all these participatory governance people. Thank you. Next slide. So now I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Marlon Williams. And so she's going to be covering the financial module. Thank you.
Actually, this is the HCM, so it will be.
Oh, this is HCM. Sorry, this will be Immaculate. Who's going to take this one? I apologize, Marla.
Good evening, President Reese, Chancellor Jackson, members of the Board of Trustees, and all present. The Human Capital Management HCM pillar of the PeopleSoft Phase 2 upgrade has the following modules: manager's self-service, position management, time and labor, commitment accounting. Next slide, please. This project has three main goals. The first one is to replace the custom-built electronic personnel action form EPATH with a PeopleSoft manager self-service. And the second goal is to convert paper-based leave action report into employee electronic submission and electronic manager approval. And the third goal is to convert paper timesheet for hourly and part-time employees into employee electronic submission and electronic manager approval. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about the first goal, which is EPATH. The current electronic EPATH will be replaced by a model built into manager self-service. Managers will be able to initiate electronic personnel actions, for example, to request to hire, job data change, promotion, and other personnel actions that managers do perform. The manager self-service tile will be created on one page. This will make it easier for the manager to find items and perform tasks easily. For example, initiating requests, reviewing and approving requests from their direct reports, and approving timesheets that are submitted. The approval process will be much more streamlined and much faster. And it will make it easier for managers to appoint delegates who can act on their behalf when they are on leave. This system makes it easier for managers to review and manage employee leave accruals and balances. Please, next slide. The second goal, which is to change the present leave of absence request. Instead of our present practice of using paper, employees can submit their requests for leave through employee self-service. Employees will also have the opportunity to view their leave balances where they submit their timesheet on the same page. Next slide, please. The employee self-service gives the students and the hourly employees the ability to submit their timesheets and stipend requests electronically. They can also view their sick leave balances from exactly the same page, which makes it easier for employees to use. Next slide, please. With the new system, managers will approve leave of absence report timesheets, and stipend requests electronically. This helps to speed up the submission of leave requests and timesheets to the benefit and payroll offices. This new system makes things easier and make things much, much faster. Next slide, please. The implementation of this module will necessitate employee training on employee self-service, and the focus will be on completing and submitting timesheets, leave of absence request submission, and action request and other inquiry that the employees may have. Next slide, please. The implementation of this module will also necessitate managers being trained on how to use the manager's self-service to approve timesheet, leave of absence request, and also other actions that need approval and inquiry. Next slide, please. One of the best functions of this platform is the ability to send notifications. Employees will be sent automated reminders to submit timesheets. And once submitted, managers will receive automated notice to approve timesheets. This will prevent delay of approvals, and payroll can get all approved timesheets on time. Next slide, please. I would like to add here that the new PeopleSoft upgrade will make human resources processes more efficient and streamlined. It will help us to work smarter rather than harder and ensure availability of personnel data for much needed analysis and strategic planning. The HCM team allocated to this project were human resources, the payroll department, the finance staff, information technology, and there was a full collaboration with the colleges, and numerous work sessions went on to make sure that this system works efficiently. Thank you very much, and I would like to hand over to Mala.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, chancellor, friends, and faculty, and those of you who are present this evening. I'd like to talk a little bit about what's happening on the finance side of the house. For this PeopleSoft Phase 2 upgrade, this will support modernization of 3 business process modules: the asset management, expense management, and suppliers contract. Next slide, next slide. The intended goals for these modules are: for asset management will be implemented to track assets greater than $5,000. For supplier contracts will provide a centralized contract repository and allow district to create, approve, manage documents and amendments, preserve legal documentation, and execute contracts via Adobe Sign. The expense management will replace the manual process of tracking travel expenses. Next slide. The asset management will contain information that will be stored in the Oracle database, which will include data on asset description, cost, location, tag numbers, and depreciation method. Project assets will be transitioned into inventory upon completion of the projects. And this module allows for maintenance and tracking of the asset tagging process, as well as tracking of leased assets. Next slide. The supplier contract module will allow for creation, approval, system-generated documentation, maintenance of roles via security setup, which will pre-encumber funds at the creation of a requisition, approval and signatures of particular documents, maintain contract ID in requisitions for tracking purposes, will offer a budget check process within the approval of requisitions, and create the purchase order after the requisition process is complete. Next slide. The expense management module will allow for travel authorizations to be used for pre-approvals or enforce the not to exceed amounts. Also for processing of travel advance requests, produce expense reports, eliminate the generic vendor files that are currently used for employees, in certain instances, and allow for classification and coding directly within the module. Next slide. There will be 2 training segments for each of the 3 modules. One for the approver, one for the user, the end user and the requester, and the other for the approver. Next slide. So this will be the approver section. So both training segments will actually take the user from end to end. So the end user will learn how to put in requisitions and get the data into the system. And this approver segment will also train the approver on how to retrieve the information, again, with the notification that they get that those requisitions are in the system. That will be provided on how to use the expense module, run reports from those modules, as well as making approvals on the supplier contract module. Next slide. And so again, there's the automatic workflow notification through PCTV email. This will be accessible through not only the PC, but they can access emails through phones, and that will be an easy process to actually implement and be more efficient in our practices. Next slide, please. So for this finance project team, there are resources that were used from purchasing, meaning the key personnel from purchasing, accounts payable, finance staff, and campus users, as well as our IT team. And so what did this process look like for this phase 2? Lots of resources, meaning the full collaboration and numerous work sessions, which are still currently ongoing between multiple departments across the district to ensure accuracy of these business processes in preparation for our go live. Antoine, I think the next slide is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Immaculate, and thank you, Marla. I will cover this. Before I start this slide, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the Chancellor and the board for making sure that staying on course on this project, making sure that we are doing the right thing and doing it right, for allowing us to have Huron Technology to come and join us and did an assessment and looked at what we did so far and what are the wins and what are the improvement we can also make onto the system to be more efficient. So when you talk about business process, there is a lot of people involved in the signing of documents, and there's a lot of involvement of do we do notification for some of the members and let some of the members improve so the process can go faster. So we will be measuring these processes as we go and improve them all the time. So one of the challenges we have running into the project is after we left phase 1, there was so much resources put to that, and then we went right there on phase 2, and then we have problem with resources, content, and training. So the project called for to have train the trainers. Our plan was to train the staff, and the staff branch out and go train everybody else. And that model could not work because of the amount of work the staff have, and they cannot leave the area to go train everybody in the district. That was a challenge. So we discussed it in-house and we come up with the solutions. The solution was to get outside training, somebody who's going to take that task for us, because it will be too tasking for the staff to do that. Bandwidth capacity have been a problem. We are testing right now. Oracle finished all the configuration, and we are in UAT, user acceptance testing. We are sending the result of testing. At this point, we are testing at the capacity of 5% because we're supposed to test at the level of 90 to 100%, but because of all the competing priority of this district, the staff are pulled down to other priorities. So that's why. And the Huron Consulting Group came in and looked at the whole systems and gave us some benchmark and some problem to address as we go. And we are making sure that those are achievable and those are addressed. So the chancellor have been giving the directive that to make sure that when we move forward, that everything we do, we are including the Huron assessment recommendations. That is the given. And the other thing also, the teams, both teams, finance and HR are working hardly to come up with a plan to go back and deploy the new module. So to provide the training and to have a plan to deploy all the module for all the users. So those are the major things to getting the training going with Huron. We are considering Huron to help us with that. And after we regroup, one of the things we come up with, the question was like, what can we do to get this to the finish line? The staff come back and choose the date, March 31st, 2022, to get this done. And to make sure that all the processes are done right, and also the recommendation of Huron are incorporated on the go live. So for the training, we need external help, and we need also, we will be doing an RFP to see how much that will cost the district to get outside help for training. And that's basically the challenges that we have so far with the projects, and we are working hard to address them as we go. We'll be presenting to the board again in April. We'll be having another presentation to give you an update on this project. So I think that concludes the report. Any questions, and we'll answer them. Thank you.
Please, do we have any questions? I don't see any. Sorry, I can't see all of the tiles. Yes, Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen.
Thank you, Chancellor, for arranging the presentation. I have a few questions that are coming to mind. And I'll put them out there. I don't know how well you'll be able to have staff respond to all of them. The first thing that I'm trying to figure out is where we are in relationship to budget and timeline that we might have expected. So we've got contracts for implementation, we have timeline, we have budget, but I'm not seeing kind of where we are in relationship to what we might have expected. And for us as a board, I think that's kind of the critical question. The deep dive into what the modules intend to do, I think, is helpful for us to understand what the project is. But I think our concern typically is sort of at a higher altitude. The second thing that I'm wondering about is the training components. It seems like this is one of the major problems. And frankly, as an end user of technology, I find that unless I'm using the technology on a really, really regular basis, a one-time training is kind of useless, because I'm normally doing so many other things that then when I come back to do a requisition, or if I come back to do a budget report or whatever it is, unless I'm doing that pretty much all the time, all the buttons and knobs, I have to look at all over again. And so I'm a little concerned that if we have external trainers, they come, they do end user training with end users who aren't frequently using the modules, and I mean like all the time, that we're going to have to keep coming back over and over and over. And so externalizing the training, I wonder how well that's going to work, as opposed to trying to figure out some more permanent mechanism for that training. But really what I wonder is the budget and timeline questions. Where are we? And what I'm hearing is that there's a resource issue, which usually translates to money, but I'm not hearing, all right, we didn't anticipate these costs. This is how much more money we are going to need. I'm hearing a new proposed end time for go live, but I'm not knowing how far off our original timeline that was. So Chancellor, I'm wondering whether you can help the board understand those questions. Thank you.
I'll try my best. Regarding the cost for the project, we've already paid for this. The board has already approved the expenditures of funds for phase 2. That was done previously. So there's no additional cost for the process. We've already paid for that. It's already gone before the board. The delta or the difference is going to be between when we were supposed to go live, which was the end of October, and the new go live date, which is scheduled for March. And so we have not discussed that in detail with Oracle because we only recently, we didn't know what we didn't know, frankly. And with the assistance of Huron, it became apparent to us that we could not meet that date. We just, as I think Antoine explained, there just wasn't a capacity to do that. And there are a lot of things that are going on right now, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but it is fact. We're in the midst of an audit. We have an end of year reporting. We had to go back and make some manual modifications to pay individuals for the COVID-19 impact funds that the board allocated. That was some additional resources. We're short-staffed. Our financial aid staff, if you recall, was decimated, so we had to bring in other individuals. We were addressing the ACCJC report at the same time, which involved a lot of individuals in finance. And we have the FitMac report that is coming up due by the end of December. So there just really wasn't the bandwidth for us to take on trying to get this program up. And I think what we have done in the past is we have let time dictate the end product, and we wind up with a shortfall on the other side because we did not take the time to do the training. People weren't ready for the training at the time that, like you said, they're used to using it. Everybody does ePass right now, so it's not going to be that, you know, I get the training, I'm going to forget how to use it. That's something that is done on a daily basis within the district. The HR module in terms of the commitment control and identifying positions, getting those categorized is something that is woefully overdue. I've had individuals from the classified Senate in particular asking about when are we going to update, you know, job descriptions? When are we going to do this? When are we going to do that? And all of that's done manually right now. And we're hoping with this new system, based upon what you've gotten, a little more granular than we usually go, but I did want to make sure the board understood what we're actually moving forward. Is not just in placing a module and it's a done deal. It's something that is really going to change how we do business in the district. So the delta right now is what is going to be any additional costs. And we're in negotiations with Oracle on that because they still have agreed to provide the training. We've just deferred that training. So now we've got to discuss with them what that additional cost is going to be. And with what I've been talking about in terms of establishing district-wide training center, I think that will address the issue of having one-time training, paying for it. And then as we have staff turnover, not having the capacity within the district to provide that training to new individuals. So all of that is part of that ongoing. But the delta, to be honest with you, Trustee Ewing, is what is going to be that additional cost because we deferred from October to March. And I know it's going to be something, but right now I'm a pretty tough negotiator, so we'll see.
Let me be really clear. I'm not criticizing line staff here. What I'm looking at is the overall timeline. So we're behind in implementation. 5 months is what you're saying. What I'm seeing in the slide is that there's a need for additional resources for training. You're saying that that training has already been paid for, and it's simply a question of renegotiating when that training happens.
And maybe I'm not explaining it correctly, and maybe Antoine,
Yes.
but when we signed the contract was not in our favor. It had very definite dates. It had very definite times. And that was one of them, was that we would go live in October. And that was tied to a specific cost, and that cost was for a specific date. That would not be how I would negotiate implementation program, but then I've had experience in that, and I wasn't part of that negotiation team. So it is what it is. So now we have to go back to the table and say, we understand in the contract, it said we would go live in October. We're not ready to go live in October. There are too many other variables that have affected that. So let's sit down and come up with something that is reasonable, recognizing that they had already pre-established that their staff would be here for training in October. So there is going to be some cost, but I'm not sure what that is right now. So they have been very helpful with us when it's come to COVID-19, putting in modules so that we could tie it to the system when students upload their information. So I think we have a good relationship, but I know there is going to be something, and we will have to come back to the board with that once we establish what that is as an addendum to the contract or separate contract.
So I'll just end with this. It seems like in technology, the district is always outgunned and outsmarted, and we end up on the losing end of contracts. I don't understand institutionally what needs to happen differently, because in my many years on the board, I've never seen us come out on the winning end of these things. And I've seen a lot of failures. And, I don't mean to put this on any individual person. I think this is an institutional problem that we have, but we don't seem to learn how to make the institutional changes so that we were more successful in these endeavors.
I think that part of the problem, if I could, as an outsider coming in and also having been part of the initial progress when we moved to PeopleSoft back in the early 2000s, we started looking at the migration and had multiple phases. We don't always listen to the experts. We listen and we say, we can only spend this much money. What can you give us for that? That's the wrong approach to take. We need to look at a holistic approach, and we need to listen to the individuals who are the subject matter experts. And if we don't have those subject matter experts on staff, then we need to seek that guidance and information. I think in this particular case, we have done so. I have told all of the staff, they've heard me use my military term, that failure is not an option. And it is not IT's responsibility to be the subject matter expert when it comes to HR or to finance. And I think in the past, it's been put that way, that the reason it's not successful is because IT didn't do something, rather than the ownership of the business process needs to be involved. And that's why you saw a presentation from Immaculate and also from Marla, because we have owned the process. The particular business operations have owned the process. And so it is not just an IT responsibility to make sure and usher it in. And that has been, I think, a critical component that has not been there in the past.
Thank you, Chancellor. Let's move on to Trustee Bonilla.
Thank you for that. And Chancellor, I think you've answered quite a few of the questions that I was going to bring up in terms of follow-up from both Trustee Gonzalez-Hewen's position as well as the presentation. So one, let me just thank Antoine Mehule for the presentation. We know there's a tremendous amount of work that goes into pulling together these type of presentations for the public and for the board. So thank you for that. And then Chancellor, as you're moving forward, I think you've already hit on a number of salient components to fill in the gaps. At least for me, it was very clear. Your understanding of kind of the organizational structure that needs to be in place and how that gets negotiated and who's responsible for that, I think is very on point. And so I'll just add that I'm looking forward to the next iteration of IT update, because you seem to have a handle on you seem to have a handle on what's needed and who it's needed from. And I appreciate that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. I've got a great team, as you can see.
And just one last question, Chancellor. So the go live date that's going to be moved down about 5 months or so, will that affect our ability to do what we need to do with our internal controls and things such as that for our June deadline that we are hoping to get to? Are they related? Of course they're related.
They absolutely are related. One of the things that Antoine Mehuele, I got it right, Antoine, and we've discussed this, and also with the Vice Chancellor Ron McKinley on the HRM side and his staff with Immaculate kind of taking the lead on that. And also with Vice Chancellor Ahmed and Dr. Marla Williams taking the lead on that in his office, is that we need to establish some gates. We can say, okay, we're going to be ready by March. And I said, I will give you that. I understand all the things that are going on right now, but I also want some small gates in between. So by the end of November, where should we be? By the end of December, before we go on break, where should we be? What are we going to do when we get back in January? You know, what kind of testing needs to be done? What are the processes that need to be in place? So it is more of a template of how we're going to get there in March versus we're just going to keep rolling along, and then when March gets here, we'll check in and see if we made it. That is not what we're going to do. So Antoine is working with both Marla and with Immaculate, as well as the vice chancellors and their staff, as well as individuals on the campus, as well as working with the vice chancellor of academic affairs, because we have the data integrity project that plays into this also. And if you recall, the data integrity project said we are not capturing the data that we need to report to the state when SCIF goes away, and that most colleges are at 60% of meeting those standards, and we're at 40%. Not because we don't meet the standards, we aren't capturing the data, and that relates directly to revenue. So there's a lot of reasons why this should not fail, because long-term strategically, it will have an impact on our fiscal stability and moving forward capturing the data to show that we are serving the students that we say we serve, because right now the system is out of place. It's not working. And so this will address that issue also.
Thank you. And I'm sure you will, because you're all very good at this. You'll keep us on track in terms of the trustees letting us know how those benchmarks and those little deadlines are going.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sounds good. I do not see any more questions on this item at all from our student trustees or our regular trustees. Okay, let's thank you all for the presentation. We look forward to what will be happening in the next few months for sure. Let's move on to the next agenda item, which is 5.1, first reading on proposed board policies.
I've asked Chief of Staff Royal Roberts if you could take the lead on this item.
Thank you.
And the
Thank you,
next one,
Chancellor.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Napolia Bellaris, Vice President Gonzalez Wynn, Board of Trustees, and colleagues. These are the board policies for first reading, and even moving into 5.2 are the administrative procedures. If the Board of Trustees go through these board policies, they'll see a number of updates recommended by the Community College League. And there are a number of them that have inserted the language that has to do specifically with diversity, equity, and inclusion as you go through a number of these board policies. There are also a couple that updated language that made it more congruent with either the ed code or legal standards, specifically, for instance, with BP 3550, it said drugs and it put unlawful drugs, just to clarify. But this is a first reading for these. They've gone through the appropriate shared governance as with the other board policies presented before the board. But if there are any specific questions, I can address them. But these have gone through the normal process.
Trustees, any questions, comments? Seeing zero. Oh,
No, there are two.
Student trustee Cooper, yes.
Could I invite the other to go ahead of me?
It's Vice President. Yeah, his hand kind of camouflaged.
Sorry, I did not even see your hand.
Yes.
Apologies, Vice President Gonzalez.
I can go. I'm trying to defer because I've said a lot tonight. I'll just add this then. So as I was reading through, I think the language is welcome. I think then what the language turns into is really kind of more important. I think the spirit of the anti-racism work that many of us have engaged in for many years is now finally being kind of recognized in statewide initiatives and local policies. But then how does it turn out in terms of the actual elimination of racism in our lives? And I think that's the hard work part that I look forward to seeing the rank and file in our district really getting their heads around and making come to life. But I really am glad to see that work will be backed up by board policy and then by administrative procedure. So, congratulations on us for getting here. And obviously this is a baby step in a really long journey. So thank you. That was all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Student trustee Cooper.
Hello, thank you. I recommend that a trustee who is not a student and thusly has the right to motion or vote move to amend the following. BP 2200's reference of anti-racist be amended to add anti-bias alongside it. BP 272745's reference of anti-bias be amended to add, or anti-racist be amended to add anti-bias alongside it. Board policy 7160 be amended to add and include ADA / disability related training alongside the gender and racial sensitivity trainings, or racial theory, gender theory. It listed a few of them. And then, I'm sorry, there was one other. I'm sorry, I'll just leave it at that in the interest of time.
Thank you, Trustee Cooper. We'll take that into consideration. I know that this is the first reading, so I'll review the process and see what steps we can take to note those recommendations.
Thank you, and forgive me for not noting that overall that this looks fantastic.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions? All right, seeing none, let's move on to our next item. 5.2, board will conduct a review of administrative procedures. I think Chief of Staff Royal Roberts, you will also take that.
Thank you. This just differs in the fact that they are board policy. These are administrative procedures versus board policies. You'll see some similar changes within each of these, but again, these are here for the board to reference as well. And again, these also include the leagues, some of the updates that come directly from the league regarding policies and procedures.
Do you have any comments? Student Trustee Cooper, I don't know if that's a latent hand or if that is a new hand.
Sorry.
Sure, anybody else? Any other comments? And Chief of Staff Royal Roberts, can I just clarify that when CCLC comes out with the changes in these policies, both AP and BP, do we adopt them exactly as CCLC has them, or do we modify them and use CCLC as a model?
We've done both. They go through our liaison, Dr. Joseph Belinsky, and they're taken through the PGC as well as the cabinet, and they're reviewed. For the most part, we do adopt most of the changes that come from the league. However, if we as an organization decide to make language different, as long as it's in the same spirit as the change, then we have the ability to do that. But more times than not, I've seen us accept the changes from the league.
Okay, thank you. Excellent.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to 5.3. PCCD enrollment report, presenting Vice Chancellor Brown.
Good evening, President Reese, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, colleagues, and community. Director Johnson, if you could start the show. Pleased to be here tonight to do an enrollment report for the Board of Trustees and community, and have invited the Vice Presidents of Instruction to join so that you can get some information about what's happening on the ground floor at the colleges. And they as well have also invited a few faculty in some disciplines that have been innovating even throughout the pandemic. And we have at least one student who's here to talk about the impact of the programs on students' experiences. So next slide, please. So I'm going to cover some demographics very quickly here, looking at gender, overall demographics, gender, race, ethnicity, and age. Next slide. You can see here with this first slide of data that our overall unduplicated headcount has declined from in the last 5 years from 38.7 thousand annually to now 30.1 annually as of the last final reports to the state 2021.
And the decline was steady. We've been reporting over the years here to the board about our declining enrollment slowly over time and the efforts to mitigate that. And then, of course, the most recent decline from 1920 to 2021 is the result of the pandemic. Peralta, we service, as people know, working class, working poor, communities of color predominantly. And so we find that we've lost more students than even some other districts around the state, but everyone, for the most part, has been declining in this pandemic era. Next slide. So when it comes to gender distribution, the declines have not impacted the ratio of male to female students or percentage of unidentified students over time in any significant ways. But the next slide demonstrates that there is an impact in terms of race and ethnicity. So over this time period, the Asian American student population has declined by 24%. And the Latinx population has declined by 16%. You can see there that the Latinx population actually increased in 1 year's period, and then the next year's period, and then declined as a result of the pandemic as well, and took a hard hit during the pandemic. And then the Pacific Island population has decreased by 24%, the white student population by 16%. And the hardest hit has been the African American student population that has declined by 30%. And the reason that that decline is so much more significant is because that's the population that has been decreasing as the result of the push out, the gentrification in our area. And the pandemic has disproportionately impacted African American and Latinx students. And so we're seeing increased numbers in terms of the decrease of the Black student population. Next slide shows the age distribution as well. And we are seeing some variations here with the age populations. The populations that have decreased the most significantly are the older populations, the 55 to 64, which have decreased by 37%, and the 65 and over has decreased by 35%. But those numbers are not our highest populations in terms of age groups. The hardest hit in terms of the younger population is the 19 to 24-year-old students, which is the majority of our student population. And there we've seen a significant decrease of 24%. This is the population coming out of high school and working minimum wage jobs, predominantly young children, and are hard hit when the economy takes a turn or the pandemic impacts the choices that they have in front of them. The next slide shows you just some data about course completion by race and ethnicity. And you can see that over time, there really are not very many significant changes by race in terms of completion rates. You do see the American Indian population has the most significant change in completion rate. But for the most part, the other racial or ethnic groups have stayed relatively the same with a 2% or so margin. And so let's take a look at the fall enrollment with the next slide. Again, we're aware of the declining FTES and the last recall for the 2021 academic year was submitted at 13,184 residential FTEs. So that decline, thank you, that decline is representative of what we mentioned before, obviously the pandemic being the leading factor. And then when you look per college, you can see some differences by college as well. Not each college has not been impacted at the same rate as the overall decline. From 17-18 to the 2021 academic year, the College of Alameda has declined in residential FTS by 31%, Berkeley City College 23%, Merritt College 26%. And it's Laney College where we've seen the most significant decline in that time period of 35%, and taking the most significant decline the year of the pandemic as well. And that's largely due to the fact that Laney College offers the most career education offerings and has been hit more dramatically by the economy as well as by the pandemic. Laney College has persisted and persevered through the pandemic by offering in-person classes where possible, even for hard to convert disciplines, and working very hard to ensure that the essential fields are able to complete certificates and degrees in this time period. What's not captured here in the data is that Laney also was hit significantly by their career education FTS because when they offered in-person classes, they couldn't have the normal capacity due to the social distancing and safety measures that were needed in the classroom. So many of those CE classes that were offered were held at a 50% capacity rate. Additionally, what's not shown here is that Laney College strategically used grant funds as a means to offer courses that would be very low enrolled because of social distancing. And when courses are grant funded, they're not included into the FTS count. So the next slide gives you, the next several slides gives you a little picture of the career education, which I just talked about. It shows the decline in the unduplicated head count, and most significantly, the decline that has occurred during the onset of the pandemic. And the next slide shows this across colleges. Again, you'll see that Laney is the hardest hit, and the other colleges more or less maintained their CE head counts. And then the next slide as well, demonstrating the enrollment counts that have declined overall because of the significant population of career education at Laney. We do have good news to report around the support services offered to students. This slide shows the success rates and the retention rates. And we've been able to maintain retention rates at decently high rates comparatively across the state, 86, 89, 84%, and success rates as well. There's always improvement to make in those, but considering that these also include the pandemic years, it's significant that we've been able to maintain good rates. The next slide also shows that we've been able to maintain the fall to spring persistence rates even during the pandemic. And then I always will mention dual enrollment because this is an area where there's always good news. Even during the pandemic, we have grown dual enrollment. I was happy that the students came to the public comments to talk about dual enrollment and how it's impacting them and providing opportunities for them, because Peralta's literally changing the landscape for young people with the growth of dual enrollment. And we now have CCAP agreements with all but one high school in our service area. And that last high school has the CCAP agreement being reviewed by their legal. So we expect to finish that one as well. And so you can see that this is an area that during the pandemic, we actually have grown. And this fall 2021, we're offering even more courses than we ever have before, targeting marginalized student populations in our service areas. And the next slide shows the differences by college. And you can see that all four of our colleges are engaged in dual enrollment and are focusing and spending attention to dual enrollment. And most significantly, you can see that Merritt College continues to offer the majority of dual enrollment offerings, and that Berkeley City College has grown tremendously in the last couple of years with a focus on dual enrollment. And all of this is very strategically planned. And this is an area where the district and the colleges work very well together to create these pathways for students. This is still untapped areas for us, and we look forward to continuing to grow these partnerships. And the next slide is showing similar, the head counts by college in terms of dual enrollment. And the next slide looks at the success and retention rates. You can see that the retention rates are even higher for dual enrollment students than our general student population. And they're at really excellent rates. And the reason, of course, is because dual enrollment students are in high school courses, and so they persist. It's a different kind of environment for them. Even if they want to drop a dual enrollment class, they still are in the class physically because of the way the high school class is structured. You can see a dip in the success rate, and that was directly related to the pandemic. It was a real challenge for OUSD, our largest partner, as well as us, to convert the dual enrollment classes. But thankfully, the state loosened the EW requirements, excused withdrawals, and we were able to ensure that students did not receive a negative grade that would impact their GPA or their future trajectory. But it did impact the success rate. And then the next slide also shows persistence rates for dual enrollment students. And the last slide that I'll talk about so that we can get to the college managers and faculty is the dual enrollment during the pandemic. Just to let the board and community know that we do have a SEM, Strategic Enrollment Management Committee. We meet 2 to 3 times a semester. We are all colleges and district updating our strategic enrollment management plans this next spring. Our current strategic enrollment management plans are all valid and have not expired. However, we know that the post-pandemic reality, that things will look very different demographically and in terms of course offerings, more hybrid. We're looking at high flex, et cetera. That it was a good time for us to update the strategic enrollment management plans, considering this changed environment that we're entering into. Additionally, we have an RFQ out for educational master plan that has closed, and we have a number of excellent firms that have submitted proposals that we'll be reviewing here very shortly. And a part of that will be an environmental scan. And the environmental scan has a focus. We asked for a focus on the post-pandemic reality for our service areas. So that environmental scan, along with the student survey, the institutional research is launching this spring, the first time that we'll have students back in high numbers to really get a sense of what the community wants now. What does the landscape look like? What do our students who come in person, what are they saying they want in terms of course offerings, and the modality of course offerings, and how the demographics shifted, how has the workforce shifted post-pandemic, so that we can meet the needs and schedule according to the shifts that have happened as a result of the pandemic. So there's a lot of work happening here, a lot of work that actually is positive. And so I've asked the college VPIs, I asked them to, pick programs that we can show the community that are thriving and expanding in spite of all the challenges that are facing all of the California community colleges, and bring some faculty so that the Board of Trustees and the community can hear directly about a lot of the great positive work that's happening at our campuses and the way that we are engaging students in these challenging times. The first college Vice President of Instruction is Vice President Oksada, and I'll allow her to introduce the faculty and team and talk about the programs that are highlighted here from Laney College.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I have 2 programs actually to highlight with you. And the first one hits all of the marks that Siri was just talking about. It is a career education program that innovated in just an imaginative and excellent way during the pandemic. And it also has been growing and has a dual enrollment component about it. So the students who are here at the beginning of the meeting are part of the biomanufacturing program. And I've asked faculty member Doug Bruce to give you a little bit of an overview on what the program does and the innovations that it's been doing. And Doug has asked a student to come speak a little bit about what the program means to him. And that student is John Fan. So I'll pass the microphone right now to Doug, and there are 2 slides. So Doug, when you're ready for them to switch to the next one, just say the word.
Great. Thank you, VP Absada. And thank you, President Napoli Bella-Reese, trustees, and Chancellor Jackson. My name is Doug Bruce, and I teach biomanufacturing at Laney. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to tell you how our program innovated during the pandemic and has doubled our enrollment since last spring. The pictures you see here showcase our wonderful students. It's also a timeline showing what we did starting a year ago up to today. When we were still in lockdown, I developed take-home kits with the help of a local biotech company that included experiments in CRISPR, animal cell culture, bioluminescence, and more. These kits allowed our students to get hands-on instruction from the safety and comfort of their home. And actually, I did a presentation on this to a national group of biotech instructors because it was found to be so innovative. That was in fall last year. The last 2 pictures on this slide show us back in the lab this semester. And let me tell you, my students were excited to be back. So can you go to the next slide, please? Then in spring 2021, Leslie Blakey and I doubled our program's enrollment, of course, with the help of admin and the CCAP agreements that were referred to before, with a dual enrollment program with Encinal High and AUSD. These students had a full semester's worth of hands-on instruction using take-home kits, the ones I referenced before that I developed. I'm a huge supporter of dual enrollment, not just for the numbers. My first real biotech experience was in a lab, and I did that during high school in the basement of a hospital. And it's great for me to bring that experience to these students, to my Encinal students. Finally, there's some quick highlights of our program on this slide. I want to just end by applauding the district and trustees for deciding during the September 28th board meeting to fund a STEM building at Laney. As you heard from the students earlier, it will be a game-changing investment in the future of STEM education at Laney College. Thank you. And now I'll hand it off to one of my Encinal students, John Fan. John?
Hello. I'd like to start by thanking VP Absada, the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor, faculty, staff, and students for allowing me this amazing opportunity to speak. As you all know, my name is John Fan, and like the other 2 that were here earlier, I'm a student at Encinal High in Alameda. So 2 years ago, as I was sitting in my biology class, came an opportunity. This opportunity came in the form of a presentation about the biotech program at Laney. And as I've always been interested in biological sciences, and I'm planning on majoring in biotech, I was instantly hooked with the idea of getting real hands-on experience in a lab. Not to mention how cool it would feel to be in a college class. So I scheduled my interview, submitted a worksheet, and went on about my day. But then COVID hit, and as you all know, threw everything off balance. But because of this, we did labs at home for the first time in history. And although there were definitely challenges, we were able to work with things like CRISPR, DNA, and even animal cell culture, all under Professor Bruce's instruction like it was nothing. Then coming into the lab after lockdown was like a breath of fresh air. It's amazing to do experiments like extracting fish DNA and even our own cheek cells through PCR and being able to analyze it. And it's really incredible to me since it's been brought up countless times by Professor Bruce that this is something that we never would have thought possible a decade ago. Yet now even us high school students can do, and it's revolutionary. I think I can speak for my class when I say that the biotech program has allowed an extremely advanced and quite frankly, phenomenally more interesting experience than a standard high school curriculum, where we're not having someone holding our hands constantly. I would like to extend my gratitude towards the Peralta District and Board of Trustees for deciding to build a new STEM building at Laney as well, because I believe this investment will secure the future that the biomanufacturing program and the STEM departments at Laney deserve. I'm excited for the future of the biotech program, as well as the huge positive impact the new STEM building will bring to students to come. And I believe it'll be a place where a lot of students discover their passions and start their careers. Thank you for your time and have a nice night.
Thank you, John. That was really, really special. Thanks for sharing that. Doug, anything else you want to add?
No, I could just add maybe the last point there that we've also submitted an NSF AT grant to create a new program in synthetic biology that addresses a growing area of food and biomaterial biotech. So if you've heard about cell-cultured meat or leather made from fungus, these are all companies that are in our area, and we have students getting hired currently at these companies. So we're going to create a certificate that will help train students better to prepare for this growing industry. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Then very briefly, I'll share with you another program that we have being piloted right now at Laney. It's on the next slide. And this is the OUSD Young Adult Program that we are in a collaborative relationship with them, which is a dual enrollment program where young adult learners 18 to 22 years old with moderate to severe disabilities are taking art classes here at the college. And this fall, they're taking a 2-unit fundamentals of art class. And in the spring, the same group of students will be offering a ceramics class. And the students come here to the college twice a week, along with support staff from OUSD's Young Adult Program. And the teacher of the program, Laney faculty member Martha Storm, sent me a quotation to read that says she's been teaching the class this fall. She has seen the students experience the pleasure and satisfaction of the creative process. For many of these students, communicating is a real challenge. It is so gratifying to see how they've begun to open up and started to interact with each other and myself. It shows just how important creativity is for the development of healthy minds. And so the program currently has 28 students who are coming here to the campus twice a week. And as I said, in the spring, they'll be taking a ceramics class. We also have similar programs with the young adult program happening with the Laney Culinary Arts Program and kinesiology. And we think there's an opportunity for growth in this type of program to serve the community and to serve these students in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Upsada, Professor Bruce, and to the wonderful dual enrollment student, Mr. Fan. Great job. Next, we'll go to the College of Alameda, where I asked the Vice Presidents of Instruction, we want to do a social sciences as well, because there's great things happening in all areas of what we offer. So please, Interim Vice President Diana Berjani, she's going to present for College of Alameda.
Thank you so much, VC Brown. I'm so grateful that you invited us to present 2 slides. As a faculty person and now acting Vice President of Instruction, I can really talk firsthand how hard has been to navigate the new realities of pandemic. However, we have 2 slides and few minutes for the purpose of time, and I am an econ, faculty, so I'll manage my time wisely. I wanted to, it's very hard to select what program did best. I was thinking about our Learning Resource Center. We had the student tutors trained online, embedded tutors and all that stuff, but and should it be LRC or should it be psychology or should it be so many other career education program, aviation that was featured, but psychology won at the end when we did all the analysis, because for several years in a row, this amazing program has been winning word after word. And mindfulness, let's talk about mindfulness. Let's talk about, the realities of this pandemic and, how many of us have to take a deep breath when we lost loved ones, when we have to deal with new realities, when we have to learn new skills. So psychology won. I will yield my time to amazing psychology graduate from College of Alameda. This is Mr. Jake Fong. He has been here patiently waiting since 6. I sent him a text to say, hey, do you really want to wait or do you want me to text you? And I'll let you know when you can join. And look at some of his texts sent to me. And you can tell that this is a graduate of a psychology program, AA degree at COA. Dr. Bayrami, I have had to participate in events like this before. It's nothing new. I see everyone doing their best to work hard even though there's many conflicting ways of achieving the same goal. It was amazing. And then he said, it's so good to see President Johnson talk. He was my history professor. So President Johnson, you have done an amazing job as a history professor. Mr. Jake Fong, that's your turn to talk a little bit about the amazing psychology program at Alameda and how it helped you going on and transferring to San Francisco State University. That's your turn. And thank you so much for waiting so patiently and for teaching all of us that there are more than one ways to go to Rome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bajrami. Thank you, everybody, for having this. This is an amazing event. So just thank you so much for this time. More than anything, I love just the fact that they've placed so highly. I mean, just in a very real way of speaking, when I initially took this course, I'd never thought about mindfulness or things like that in terms of just where I wanted to go with my life and even what I wanted to do. And because of this training and because of an amazing instructor who invited me to be here and who introduced me to Dr. Bajrami, Sarah Peterson-Guada, just an amazing individual and an amazing instructor who taught mindfulness training, I was able to shed some traumas of my past, able to build for my future. And quite honestly, I go into the world and navigate the world in a very real way. I navigate it in a way of just being mindful and being thoughtful with everybody who I interact with. I am so grateful for just the training and so grateful just to be even have this space to share my story, to share my family with in my background here. And it's amazing that you are all allowing me this time. So thank you very much for having just an amazing program at College of Alameda. I'm so grateful. I've been able to go now to San Francisco State where I'm working on my bachelor's. And then right after that, I'll be working on my master's. So thank you very much. I yield my time to anybody else. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jake, and congratulations to you. And thank you, Vice President Bajrami. I think there's one more slide. Vice President, I wasn't sure if you wanted to read that at all.
I wanted to, some of the comment, Mr. Fong highlighted all the comments that students have said, and, couple of things I wanted to pay tribute to all the faculty in this program. This is the chairperson, Sarah Peterson-Guda, that Mr. Fong referred to, Elam Chishti, Robert Bram, Hannah Hussain, O'Sherry Brown, but a couple of other comments that I wanted to emphasize is, I deeply and sincerely cherish and appreciate your help so far in this class. You cannot believe how much your class has helped me. My relationship has been healed, like totally and completely healed. So there is so much trauma in our communities, and there is so much trauma that this COVID-19 has induced on us, and inequalities that it has, brought up to the surface cannot be underestimated. So all the student voices talk about how the psychology department help them heal and be, empowering the community. So these are some of the comments I wanted to add. And a special thanks to psychology department, to the amazing faculty, to amazing students, and to everybody else. And thank you so much, VC Brown, for inviting us to emphasize how hard it has been. The numbers cannot tell the stories, and the stories have been amazing, because the success stories for psychology department has been really good during these challenging times. Thank you.
Most definitely. Thank you very much. Next is Vice President of Instruction, Cooney Hay, here to talk about dual enrollment. And you saw the numbers earlier that Berkeley City College has been laser focused on not just developing dual enrollment, but really thinking deeply and developing model programs around dual enrollment. Vice President Hay.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. And as Dr. Brown, you said earlier, changing the landscape through dual enrollment has been just a pleasure for our college and for the district. And so I would like to represent our college to highlight some of the things that we've been doing successfully in the dual enrollment. And then this is really a compilation of really all collaborations with Dr. Brown's office And then collaborations amongst the 4 colleges, because we don't just promote the dual enrollment opportunities just for the BCC, but then where opportunities are there and if we don't have the programs, you always encourage the partners to go to 3 other sister colleges. So it's a district-wide effort. But I just wanted to organize this in 3 different contexts. So why do we do, and why have we been doing so laser focused, as you said, in dual enrollment? And why do we do that? And then how are we doing so far? And why do we think that some of the success factors are there so that we can continue to do better and then we can improve? So the first area that we wanted to focus on is like, why do we focus on that dual enrollment so much? And really in a very simplistic way, we truly believe that our K through 12 students are already our students. And so we don't really think that they are the middle school students, high school students. No, they are our students already. And in that they deserve to come here. They deserve to come to the community colleges to go where they need to go, whether it's transfer, getting jobs, and then, completing the certificates. And so with that framework, we really think that dual enrollment has an opportunity to ensure that the students from early on through their K through 12 experiences, that they see themselves as a college going students and then that they have places in our colleges. And then we also think that there's an opportunity to align academic and career pathways between local high schools and in BCC in this case. And then high school students can see clearly academic and career pipelines and pathways to the college by enrolling in college level courses while they were in high school, and then experience and explore what it means to be a college student, and they can actually feel and experience that. And they can see that they have a future with the college and way beyond. And then also particularly through the college and career pathways, access pathways as CCAP, AV288, we can focus on the student groups who have been historically marginalized or underrepresented, and Latinx and African American students in particular to thrive and succeed. So we have been really laser focused in conjunction with our SCIF model. Next slide, please. So having said all of that, how are we doing? Thank you. We have really shifted our dual enrollment framework. About 4 or 5 years ago, it was that, high schools would say, well, can you offer this class here? Oh, our students are wanting this. And then can you offer, this class in this high school? And we really looked at it to think that, and then it was really at the beginning of the guided pathways implementation. And then to really create a pipeline pathways concept for the high school students to come through the community college to succeed. And we really said to the partners, and we did a lot of presentations about, guided pathways, AB 705, and also student-centered funding formula changes, and what that impacts our partnerships in a good way with the high school partners at that point. So we said no fishnet. We offer the courses and they'll stick and they'll take courses. No, we would like them to really see their futures with BCC or the PCTV colleges to make sure that they can go through their career and to get their goals. So we really shifted our paradigm at that point, and we have been steadily moving that direction. So since 2017, 2018 year through 2019, 2020, so cusp of the pandemic, that we have our course offerings for the dual enrollment has increased fivefold, and then in the 5 sections to 21. So that increased that marked the 241% increase. And then BCC DE program produced 17.8 FTES and 33.8 FTES in 2020. So it was a 90% increase. Also, 2021 pandemic year, even though it has been very difficult, we have increased by 111% in the summer offerings for the dual enrollment with the pathway concept intact. And then also with the assistance of BC Brown's office, BCC successfully established new CCAP agreements to really focus on the underrepresented students with the feeder high schools, so Emory Unified High School District and Berkeley Unified High School District recently. And then we are just waiting for the Albany Unified to go after that. But we are already in conversations with them, and we have plans that were implemented in a spring 2022 schedule with the recently agreed upon CCAP partners. And in summer 2021, BCC successfully provided the first program called I Decide, Career and Academic Dual Enrollment Exploration Program, and then provided 6-week afternoon workshops for the high school students from different districts. And in the areas of multimedia arts, exploration, workshops in business, human services, digital media, science, and education. And then we are trying to track those students to see if they are coming to into the pathways with the BCC. And we are excited to see that some of the students are actually enrolled in fall 2021 current semester. Next slide, please. So we're thinking about this like drastic pivot in our laser focused change into the guided pathways and then pathway making entry for our dual enrollments high school students. What did we do well? And those are some of the things that we can tell you. And BCC continuously utilizes the integrated strategic enrollment management plan for the college. And dual enrollment focus was one of the 7 primary areas that we really committed, really about the time that we have revised and then renewed our enrollment management goals. So our plan is not sitting on the shelf. We use it. We are faithful about it. We can write about it in the ACCJC, follow-up report, and then ICER and everything else. But we have an enrollment management task force that really reviews that, assess it, reflect it, make changes, improve, and then we try to take an action on it. So I think that's one of the many reasons why we're really successful. And then also we integrate our partnership building with the feeder high schools with the student services and instruction, providing really holistic student success opportunities. So when we meet with the high schools, Office of Instruction team or the student services team are not separated. We are integrated, and then we go as a college team to meet with them. So from the get-go, we have a really great foundation that the students feel, and then the high school partners feel like, okay, our students are going to be well taken care of in all around aspects of their educational experiences. Also, creation of the framework of the dual enrollment that is directly connected to the BCC's guided pathways, as I mentioned before, and then also curriculum mapping, and then AB 705 concept. Those are mandates, but BCC interprets to see why they exist, why those regulations exist, and why it's so good for the students. Therefore, we translate that into actions, and then we really try to drive that to leverage those great guidelines and then frameworks and initiatives to make it work. Finally, we leverage the grant opportunities such as dual enrollment, equitable completion, supported by the College Futures Foundation. We just got this grant, as you saw in a couple board meetings ago. And then we really try to use the grant opportunities to create an infrastructure and an operational effectiveness to further strengthen the BCCDE program. So we are trying to leverage all the great opportunities that we are so grateful for to make it work. So that will be my report for the BCC's dual enrollment successful highlights.
Thank you, Vice President Hay, and to all your team for the great work. And next is Merritt College to highlight a few very innovative and effective programs in terms of addressing student needs and preparing for the workforce. And Vice President Denise Richardson will present and introduce her team.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Brown. Good evening, Board President Reese, distinguished members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Jackson, presidents, students, colleagues, and members of the Peralta community. I'd first like to share the good news that in spite of all of the challenges of the past 19 months, Merritt College continues to make program advancements under the dynamic and inspiring leadership of our president, Dr. David M. Johnson, and due to the collaborative and focused efforts of our classified professionals, faculty, and administrators. Tonight, we are very pleased to highlight two of Merritt's premier CE programs, Child Development and Biosciences. First, I'll share a bit about the amazing faculty who lead them, and then they will tell you about the innovative work that they are doing. Instructor Michelle St. Germain became a full-time child development faculty member in 2020. She hit the ground running and brings a wealth of expertise and experience to the program, which she co-chairs with instructor Jennifer Briffa, a long-standing and exceptionally dedicated faculty member who's helped shape the child development program into what it is today. Father Ives is a part-time instructor and the department chair for our biosciences program. She is also our Guided Pathways faculty lead and demonstrates an unwavering commitment to equity and inclusion. When not serving students here at Merritt, Instructor Ives is a full-time microscopy research associate at UC Berkeley. We are so happy and proud to have these exceptional faculty and their students share updates on their programs. Now I would like to welcome Child Development Instructor Michelle St. Germain, who will be immediately followed by Biosciences Instructor Feather Ives. Michelle.
Thank you very much for having me this evening. I apologize, but the student who I had available to come had to go due to the timing in the evening, but that's okay. I want to still talk to you tonight about how the Child Development Department thrived as best we could during the pandemic. We really were lucky to have seen relatively a small change in our productivity during the pandemic. And we believe that's to be because of our successful partnerships with our industry partners, which we work with for contract education and also dual enrollment as well. Our Child Development Resource Center, we also believe is integral to helping our students through the pandemic and staying focused and on target for their goals. So that is, I'll tell you a little bit more about that as I move through my slides. The Child Development Department accounts for nearly over 30% of the degrees and certificates awarded at Merritt College in 2020-21. So we're really proud of that. It's part of the Child Development Resource Center, which I mentioned, which works with students to help keep them on their path. So we have very clearly articulated career pathways for our department. So there's multiple exits and entry points, including non-credit child development classes that work as a bridge program, including bilingual and Spanish English and Spanish classes at the Merritt Fruitvale Center. So our productivity, as I mentioned, has remained fairly high in comparison to our college. We only saw a 0.7 drop since 2018. And so it really, we have to liken it to the fact that we have this integrated process of where we meet students when they enter through our Child Development Resource Center, and we work with them step by step along the way through this guided pathway, essentially, is what we've created. And so they work with a staff person within our Child Development Resource Center who helps develop a advisory guide for our student. And that maps out all of the child development courses that student wishes to take in their chosen pathway. Alongside of that, we also use our strong workforce funding to hire a part-time counselor to become embedded in this Child Development Resource Center, who works with the students on their student education plans and also applying for their certificates and degrees, so that we alert students to when they're eligible for certificates. We partner with them to support them all the way through this process. And our faculty in the department help to support the students if they are students in this student accessibility center. We help work with them there, the learning center. So we try to have a very coordinated method of all of us sort of case conferencing on all of our students through the guise of this Child Development Resource Center. So that's really our hub. And we've, throughout the pandemic, we've continued, like I said, to work with our students intentionally, and we've now have a kindergarten certificate of achievement. And we are part of a statewide pilot program with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing to work with teacher preparation expectations and aligning our courses so that there is clear course alignment throughout the whole state through this process. So there's a lot of things coming our way as far as transitional kindergarten being expanded here at our state. So our department is going to be very integral in that, in creating all of the workforce needed for that expansion. And the department is actively exploring all these possibilities with also the new statewide initiatives around CE apprenticeships. I know Berkeley City College has been involved in that, and so we are also being tapped on the shoulders to be involved in that as well, because of, again, the big focus now on a nationwide stage as far as early childhood child development. And so new programming funding coming our way that we want to be prepared for. So we really thank you for your time to come and highlight our program. Again, I wish our student could have remained, because she was going to talk to you a little bit about how we transitioned our practicum course, which has been traditionally always an in-person course. And we have heard from the industry partners over the years that there needed to be more opportunities for students to take that course possibly remotely. But there was always a little bit of a philosophical idea around not doing that. But the pandemic shook the ground. And so, as many of us, it highlighted new ways of doing things. So we were very excited to do that. And she was going to speak about her time as a remote learning lab student. I am going to now hand it over to Feather. She's ready to go.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Dr. Richardson, Dr. Brown, and everyone this evening. Okay, so I'm going to try and keep it quick because I do have a student. I want to say that I didn't have a choice to shut my program down for the pandemic. The field that I teach in is also a clinical allied health profession. So in addition to us having a bioscience career track where you go into research, you go into a job, we also put people in hospital jobs. And so the retirement rate for histotechnicians right now is 28% a year. Baby boomers are retiring. And so I can't keep jobs filled. We can't keep jobs filled in the department. And my role is to get people into those jobs. And so we had to be innovative. And so I had to work with all of our employers to say, our students are not going to get we have to break it down into smaller groups, right? We're going to have to give them basic training, but you guys have to play a bigger role in on-the-job training. And they stepped up, and we were able to continue to have our students come in and get training on the microtomes, which basically, as a histotech, I want to make sure everybody knows we have a marketing problem as well. Histotechs process biopsies that we all get when we have suspected cancer or a skin lesion, anything that helps diagnose our diseases. And so we have to keep those jobs going. So anyway, I have a student here, Cynthia, who is, I have slides too, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through the evening because we're so late. But I do want to say that some of the highlights of our growth this year were, we were able to grow our, hold on. Do we have the next slide already? Okay, great. Oh, I have it here. So we had some significant changes in our student population. We had a lot of pre-med students who came in because we do teach histology, which is the training of how to identify tissue just based on looking at it. Everybody knows an organ when they see it, but when you see just a slice of tissue, you have to be able to identify it as a doctor. We had an increase in Black and Latin American women students. 40% of our students are over 35, and an increased enrollment among Black students by 550%, and increased Latino enrollment we doubled our Latino enrollments as well. I attribute that to a few things. Me putting my personal journey story on my page. I represent almost every protected category. I'm over a certain age and I'm a Black woman. And so a lot of people that resonated with, we put a lot of our students' stories up on the page, and that really sat with students. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia. I hope Cynthia is still there. I see her name listed, and she is one of our students who joined us during the pandemic.
Thank you, Feather. Thank you, and thank you everyone for having me here. I am a student in my 50s, and like Jake said, it really resonated with me, just feeling very grateful. I'm just so grateful for Peralta Colleges. I've taken classes at all of the campuses. I had been, I was waitlisted for the radiological tech certificate program when the pandemic hit. And when that happened, the program, I was told, was put on hold. And so someone mentioned, well, what about the biotech certificate program? So that's how I found Feather on an open house online. And I loved her story, her personal story. And I enrolled in the fall. And now I'm employed as a histotech as of last March. So this is second or, well, third career for me. But I am just so grateful to find this career, have a job with benefits, and I'm making a living wage, and I'm learning a lot in science, and I'm working in an industry where I feel like I'm making a difference. You know, I'm working for a company that's involved in cancer diagnostics and early stage detection. So that's very meaningful and purposeful work. And yeah, I didn't come prepared tonight, but so anyway, I'm a little nervous, but I just wanted to thank you all and share my experience. It's just been, I can't say enough about the biotech program, not only in the histotech realm, but in the microscopy classes. I also earned a certificate in optical microscopy, which I never thought I would ever do. And I also took some genomic classes as well. So I'm still finishing up with Feather. I need some work study credits, but we're almost there. And yeah, thank you again.
Thanks, Cynthia.
Thank you. And thank you to you, Cynthia, and to Professor Ives and Professor St. Germain's for your excellent work and for sharing the excellent programs that we have here. Again, just to reiterate that we do face our challenges with declining enrollment, and our heads are always put together around addressing that and planning to shift that and preparing for the new reality post-COVID in higher education, but never to forget that behind the declining numbers are successful programs that are growing and expanding and innovating and graduating our students onto great careers and great transfer opportunities. And that everything around enrollment management is a collective effort. It's the faculty who put all this kind of great energy, like we've seen here tonight, into creating exceptional programs, managers who think critically and deeply and connect with faculty and support the growth of programs. And so thank you for allowing us to go a little bit over time on this report, but we hope that you have enjoyed hearing directly from the colleges behind the numbers. And the next slide just says questions or comments.
Thank you all. That was a lot of incredible information to bite on. I actually wish we had more time to be able to go through and ask a lot of questions. But yes, we probably need to get into the next agenda item. However, I see a couple questions. Student Trustee Cooper. That might be my only question at this point.
Yeah, I had a comment. I was just going to share that on top of really appreciating and enjoying the presentation, the references to the child development department at Merritt really hit home for me. I wanted y'all to know that I come from a background of entering the Peralta district as with my highest grade completed being the 8th grade. I've never achieved a high school grade. I never entered into Merritt College, the Peralta District, or the Child Development Program with ambitions above achieving an associate's that I never even thought was within my reach. It is because of the support and the inspiration and the guidance that I've received through the Child Development Department overall, but most especially their resource center, that I'm now a 4.0 honor roll student who is adamantly determined to eventually achieve my PhD or my EDD. So I assume that all of the programs that communicated the same passion and personal investment from those sharing about them echo that same significance. So I just really wanted to appreciate what was shared and note that I don't think that there is a means to measure just how deep the value of further funding, investment, and support in these programs can go.
Thank you, Student Trustee Cooper. I think that might be it. And I would love, Vice Chancellor Brown, for us to have these presentations highlighting a college program or college teachers and the students every board meeting, just one at a time. That would be really fantastic, because it's so great to see what you all do in the classrooms. And it's why we do what we do, but we don't hear from your students enough. We don't hear from all of you enough. And so the more that we hear about it, I think the more that we really start to understand the complex and incredibly important work you all do. So thank you once again. Let's move on to our consent items. May I have a motion for our consent calendar? Any trustee? Any motion? Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Second?
I'll second. Though I did want to stay here all night, I'll second.
So Trustee Jenkins, that's what I'm going to give the second to. Discussion. All right.
I'll be voting no just because of 6.1. Just putting that on the record.
6.1 or 6.2?
6.1. 6.2 we pulled from consent.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. What was your comment about 6.1 though?
Oh, no, I'm just putting it on the record. I'm voting no for the entire consent calendar because of 6.1.
How does that go in terms of procedure?
Oh, no, I'm just stating it for the record. I'm not saying just 6.1 is no and the rest is yes. It's just no for everything.
Oh, it's no for everything for you.
Yeah, because of 6.1. I'm just making sure that for the record it's up.
Okay.
You just
I'm sorry, Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen or Natasha, we're good with that? Any comments on the procedure of this?
Trustee
Natasha?
Jenkins, I would gladly modify the motion to eliminate that one item, which we could vote on separately, and then you could vote on the entire block as a consent. And then we could go back and separately vote on that, which probably should have been done at the outset. If you knew you had an objection, but I would not object to, actually, it wasn't my motion. So I think it was Trustee Withrow's motion and Trustee Jenkins, it was your second. Technically, you're not allowed to vote against your own second, but I think procedurally we could get around this.
Right. What I'm understanding, and tell me if I'm correct, Natasha, is we will extract 6.1 because I think it's a friendly amendment to Trustee Withrow's amendment and seems to be fine with that. You'll second, Nikki, and then we will do our roll call for everything else, and then we will do 6.1 and 6.2 because they have been extracted separately. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so Trustee Withrow, you accept the friendly amendment.
I do.
Vice President Len?
I think the second was done because you accepted Trustee Jenkins' second. I think he's the one who needs to then accept the modification on the second. On the main motion.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry,
roll
was
call.
that a second from Trustee Jenkins then? He cut out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
great.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Student Trustee Hogan.
President Reese, I see Trustee Handy's.
Oh, sorry,
hand
Trustee
up.
Handy. I am not good with these hands. Trustee Handy, did you have a point or
No,
comment?
that's for the discussion on 6.2.
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
Student Trustee Hogan.
Yes.
Student Trustee Cooper.
Yes.
Trustee Cooper. Okay. Thank you. Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan.
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Excellent. So now let us go back to 6.1.
Move approval of 6.1.
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez Yuen, second by Withrow. Discussion? Any other discussion? Okay, let's go to roll call then. Sasha?
Sorry, couldn't find my mute. Student Trustee Hogan.
No.
Student Trustee Cooper.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what number we're on? This is 6.1?
Correct.
Correct.
Oh, yes.
Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins.
No.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk.
Abstain.
Trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan.
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Let's proceed to 6.2. Motion for 6.2.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez Yuen. Discussion? Trustee Handy, and then Trustee Jenkins.
Okay. Yeah, I have some serious issues with this. I think that we as a board need to have a discussion on legal fees, internal as opposed to external counsel. We don't have a handle on how much it's costing us, but it has come up in the past couple of years. For the majority of my term, I would say for the first 15, 16 years, we had internal counsel. And that doesn't mean that it was limited to just them. There were other counsel hired for investigation and other things. But the way that it became external was kind of a Band-Aid solution. And now it tends to be something that's continuing to go there. And many of the members that we have there, many of the firms were kind of grandfathered in. It's not even a bid process. So I believe that it's time for us to have a real discussion about the cost of counsel being external as opposed to internal, the redundancy, in billing, as well as in some of the works that they're doing before we move forward. Now, I understand this is just, we're voting on a projected amount through June of 22. as opposed to contracts. At least that's the way I read it. But I really think that it's time that the board has a discussion about this process. There's many of us that have not been happy about how this has moved into this other area and how much it's costing and how we don't really have a good hold on how much it is. So I'm hoping that the board will bring this back soon for a discussion with the data that supports whether or not how much more this is costing us than it did in the past. And I know that rates go up and all of that, but when you look at this, we have a variance of rates from $250 to $500 and more an hour. And I've literally been in rooms where there were six or more different attorneys just speaking around a bond issue. And it's just me and another trustee, and each one of them is being paid hourly. I just don't feel comfortable with this. I don't feel comfortable with this without having a real idea of what it's costing the public funds. So that's my comment for this.
I see several hands up, but I'm wondering if the chancellor would like to respond first to that. Or did
Thank you, President Napolia Bellaris. We've discussed this before, and I understand Trustee Handy, the opinion that you voiced. I myself have looked at this. One of the things that I've indicated to at least the board officers, and I think to this board in general, is that I plan on taking a look at that in terms of ways that we can minimize some of our costs, how we can consolidate and looking at some reorganization within the district. I did that, I think, as late as tonight. As we were discussing some other items, and I was giving you an update regarding some of my evaluation criteria that we review at every board meeting. So your words, the point is well taken. However, I believe when we developed this particular recommendation, it was based on historical facts, not just picking a number. But actually going through, looking at our legal costs and averaging them out. It has been very litigious in the last several years, and those costs have added up. I'm hoping that will, as we become more familiar with what the processes are, because sometimes it's just ignorance on staff's part, sometimes dealing with employees and employee relations. Sometimes it's an issue with a vendor that takes 2 years or more to resolve. Example, Laney leaks, to give you a pointed example. So it is not unreasonable. I've looked at other costs at other districts, and what our costs are within the range, given the amount of litigation that we've had. And I agree with you, it is a large number. $1 million, if you round up, is a lot of money, but it also is based upon factual data that we've collected and analyzed. And it is also to provide an accurate reflection of our cost. In the past, what we've done is we set it at a lower level, and then we come back in and we ask the board for an addendum to a particular legal firm or individual. And so this time, in full disclosure, rather than doing that, we tried to come up with something that was reasonable based upon our history. And Chief of Staff Roberts might want to elaborate a bit because he helped to compile that data, and it may address some of the questions that individual board members or student trustees have. Chief Roberts.
Thank you, Chancellor. And yes, we do have the numbers. This is specifically through the chair to Trustee Handy to go to that. Trustee Handy is absolutely correct. Prior to 2015, there was internal counsel, and that internal general counsel did have a panel of attorneys that were pulled from. and that panel was somewhat larger, but the amounts do track. There was also a transition away from external counsel to internal counsel, and then back to external counsel, which really it really caused for a uptick in legal fees. I also would like to mention that I've been doing an analysis specifically at the request of the chancellor to address these specific issues. I have whatever more information needed, but the difficulty is it is a use of past information, but it's also somewhat of a projection as to what's going to happen in the future. And I know that, you know, no one likes a lawyer until you get sued. And then that's when you definitely need that legal advice. I can also just mention that a lot of what caused the need for attorneys in the near past was an increase in investigations. So I think that I've already seen a significant decrease within the last 12 months, or I would say 8 months. And I'm prepared to continue monitoring this, but we will have more information if requested. I can get that to the chancellor, who in turn can get it to the trustees with more specifics.
Trustee Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam President. Through the chair, question, what is it exactly that we're voting on? Are we voting on an allocation of $900,000 and then you guys will select from this pool of vendors? Is that correct?
If I may respond, through the chair to Trustee Jenkins, that's exactly what I mentioned before. Is the way that the process used to work with the internal general counsel. There was a panel that the internal general counsel would draw upon depending on the specific legal issue that the district was facing at any given time, in addition to the general counsel that's required on an ongoing basis to the district. So that's exactly what it is. It's the same panel makeup, because there's no way to say beforehand the exact amounts that would be expended to every firm. So yes, sir, it is a panel, and that is the legal expense that was budgeted for the district for this coming year.
Okay. And then for almost $1 million, is there a reason that we're not going through a competitive bidding process? And then to that point, when's the last time there has been a competitive bidding process so that we can assure the public that they're getting the best price, best value for their dollar?
I can say that in my experience back in 2010, going from 2010 through 2009 to 2015, the general counsel at that time went through the interview process for several firms, given the needs of the district. It's not so much a competitive bidding process, more so than a interview process of firms. The other issue that we run into is the district has some issues that come up on a per item basis, but there are also some long-term, long-standing issues that the district has to deal with over years, where it is advantageous for firms that have an expertise or an ongoing relationship in the district that have some knowledge, such that they don't have to relearn some of the specific things that are unique to our district. So point taken, I don't think it would be a competitive bid per se, more so than possibly an ongoing interview process. But currently, we don't have an internal general counsel to go through that process. So it's kind of like, we have to do the analysis that Trustee Handy was speaking about first, to bring some of those things in-house in order to do the next step, which you're referring to is maybe increasing the size of the panel, or also the diversity of the panel of attorneys that the district uses.
Thank you.
Chancellor Jackson, did you want to respond to anything, or shall I go on to our next trustees?
No, I think that that the Chief of Staff Roberts adequately reflected what we did in this particular process. And again, this is looking at past history. We may go under that amount if there's less litigation. This isn't as if this is in concrete. This is our best estimate based upon past history. And so it's an amount that we feel is reasonable, so we don't have to keep coming back to the board as we go forward to ask for additional funds because something comes up. And it allows us to have the flexibility to go with different firms, which of course charge different prices. But then we also have ongoing relationships whereas we bring in new individuals, there is going to be a cost for bringing them up to speed on things that we have relationships with individuals that historical knowledge is already there.
And I wanted to, I apologize, I forgot to add one other point, that this number also reflects that we will be opening negotiations for all three of our collective bargaining units. And the firms that work directly with us for that, or the firm that works directly with us on that, is included in this number as well. So this will be, in my experience, the first time that we will be negotiating all three contracts simultaneously, which also is included in this.
Thank you both. Student Trustee Cooper and then Trustee Delphine Hope.
Hello. In advance of my comments, I wanted to ask for a clarification. Mr. Roberts, you mentioned a large portion of prior costs going towards investigations. I wanted to clarify what that meant, if that was, stuff like OCR reports or I mean.
It's a combination. What I can say is we have the legal costs are basically comprised of major categories and then smaller insular categories. The major categories include like the legal deductibles, but really the Department of General Services, construction bonds. Then there's the HR consultants, which includes investigations as well as labor negotiations, outside, inside general counsel, and then also settlements. The more specific categories have to do with grand jury investigations, environmental issues, public records, immigration, restraining orders, trademarks, administrative hearings. So what I'm trying to reflect is that, sometimes we see just legal, but we don't realize that there are about, 15 or more specific categories that may fall into the legal representation of a district as large as ours, with four individual colleges.
Okay, thank you. So for my comment, I had 3 recommendations. First and foremost is pretty straightforward. I would, recommend that we review and revise this from a perspective of trying to reduce our need for legal costs, especially when it sounds like a lot of those are due to improper action. This is already a suspicion and fear and what I feel like I've been seeing. So, perhaps, more trainings. I especially fear for, and I do not mean this as a criticism to faculty or staff, quite the opposite. I say this in concern for them. I think it's horrible that a teacher could get onboarded into an education position without being clear on confidentiality and ADA matters. But I've suffered those very exact issues with being outed about my ADA status in front of an entire class. Am I upset with the teacher about that? Absolutely not. I feel terrible that they did not receive training that was adequate enough to make that explicitly clear to them how bad of a thing happened there. The other part is I really appreciated the feedback provided by Trustee Jenkins. I think that would be a more sensible approach to do the bidding process, identify an ideal selection or fewer ideal selections and options, and revisit this item with a clearer number and a clear process of agreement in whose services we're actually going to be taken on. This just feels too broad and vague and extending too much wiggle room after the action's been decided. And thank you all.
Thank you. Trustee Delphine Polk.
Yes, I want to echo student trustee Cooper and trustee Jenkins, as well as trustee Handy. I had the same concerns when I saw this agenda item, seeing that it amounts to almost $1 million. And so, Royal, thank you so much for your explanation. I think that was actually incredibly helpful. And so I would just want to kind of, I would encourage board leadership and others to include that kind of information on the agenda items, because it helps us make a more informed decision. So I had the same concerns. Some of my questions have been answered, so I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Let's take a roll call.
Student trustee Hogan?
No.
Student trustee Cooper?
No.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
No.
Trustee Handy?
Okay. Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Right. Now we are down to action items. 11.1. Second reading of the new functional map for the district. Chief of Staff.
Second.
Robert. Oh, thank you. And then Chief of Staff Roberts, are we presenting on this or just highlighting certain things, or do we need to? What would you like to do? What is your pleasure? I know that Chancellor Jackson is a bit under the weather, so I'm presuming that you'll be presenting on this if we're presenting at all.
I'll step in. I did not prepare Chief of Staff Roberts to present on this, and I believe that the narrative in the board document really speaks to where we are. This is a living document. We're bringing to the board for a second reading and asking the board to accept this as presented. There are some gap analysis. We have updated in some areas from the last time that it came to the board. But we want to make sure that we're able to address those gaps or inconsistencies or overlaps, rather than going with the timetable and saying that we're going to get it done after 2 readings by the board. In reviewing this with staff, it was asked that we ask the board to accept it, to allow us time to tease out those areas of concern where there are gaps, and to come up with the recommendation on how we move forward, and to present to the board in the spring those recommendations to address those gaps.
Thank you, Chancellor. Deanna, did you have a question?
I apologize. I'm lowering my hand.
Sure. Okay. Then if we do not have any questions on this issue, let's vote. Let's do roll call.
Student trustee Hogan?
Yes.
Student trustee Cooper? Trustee Cooper,
I'm
are you
sorry,
there?
this is just to open up the consent calendar?
This is 11.1, the functional map.
Oh, my goodness, I got really confused by that last matter. I'm sorry. Oh, yes, this, yes, my vote is yes. My apologies. Thanks for y'all's patience.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Pope?
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are at 11.2, consider appointment of members to the Parcel Tax Measures Oversight Committee. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll
Second?
second this, and I'll ask for clarification from the chancellor. As I understand it, one of the proposed members is being removed, and so I think that the item will
Yes.
need modification.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez Ewing. We had 3 applications that were submitted. I am withdrawing one of the candidates because they have moved out of town and out of our jurisdiction. Therefore, I am asking just to move forward 2 names, Ms. Sharon Smith and Carlos McLean, and removing Tony Cook because she does not reside and there is no exemption under the parcel tax guidelines for her to serve on the board without being within the jurisdiction.
Trustee Withrow, that's an acceptable motion?
Yes.
And it's acceptable to me as the seconder.
Thank you. Student Trustee Cooper?
Yes, I know it's late. I don't want to belabor this item, but I read through it. I feel underinformed about it, even reading what's provided. And yeah, I wonder if any fellow students present or out there in the world, might be as unclear about this as I am. So if there's just any of y'all that could maybe provide us a little more insight. I get what the parcel tax oversight committee is, but if you could tell me a little bit more about this item in action, and maybe help clarify or contextualize it for me, that would be very appreciated, just in brief.
Vice Chancellor Brown, this is one of the committees that you've been working with. Would you like to try to address Student Trustee Cooper's questions about this particular board, its function, and their interaction with the district?
Sure. The Citizens Oversight Committee is citizens who are taxpaying citizens who volunteer their time to ensure that Peralta is spending the parcel tax funds in accordance with the law. And we have recently developed a process with the Citizens Oversight Committee of providing them an annual report that gives them some past and present usage of the parcel tax so that they can easily see what it is that we do with the parcel tax funds. And what we do with those funds is fund instruction and support for students.
Okay, thank you. Just one last quick question. And this is a really odd one for me to ask, but if I were to observe public communications like over social media taking place, suggesting unsavory intent in an attempt to join this committee, I don't think it's any of the names that were mentioned. But I mean, who might I forward something that to? And is that something that would be appropriate for me to report to the board, that such things have been expressed out in the community?
I would suggest Student Trustee Cooper that you report that to our board president that would be the appropriate mechanism for moving forward. And then I'm sure I will discuss that as the employee of the board with her to decide if it's something that we should move forward with, investigate, or just be aware of in case any of those names come across our desk as potential candidates who want to be on the actual oversight committee.
Okay, I'll do that. And that's just what I was thinking is, just having it on the radar. Thanks so much, y'all.
Let's complete roll call, please. Sasha.
Student trustee Hogan?
Yes.
Student trustee Cooper?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice?
Yes.
Motion passes.
We're at 11.3. Consider approval of the addition of the executive level 2 salary range to the July 1st, 2021 management salary schedule. May I have a motion? Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. Discussion. Roll call, please.
Student trustee Hogan?
Yes.
Student trustee Cooper?
No.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. 11.4, consider ratification of an agreement between the Community College League of California / Turnitin and Peralta Community College District in the amount of $59,059.30.
Madam President, I'd like to move items 11.4, 11.5, 11.6, and 11.7 as a block, if there are no objections from my colleagues.
Second that.
If
I
could
third
just
that.
have a moment.
Okay, so thank you. The motion from Vice President Gonzalez Yuen, the second by Trustee Withrow. And
No comment.
okay, let's do roll call.
And this is for 11.4 through 11.7, correct?
Correct.
Great. Student trustee Hogan?
Yes.
Student trustee Cooper?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Jenkins?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Delphine Polk?
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Bellarice?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. 11.5, consider ratification of the independent contractor agreement for
I think we're up to
special.
11.8.
Correct.
Oh, 11.8. Consider ratification of the independent contractor agreement for special services with Marina Security Services Incorporated for dispatch and community-based safety and security services at the District Administrative Center in the not to exceed amount of $5,398,268.
Move approval.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez Yuen. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. Discussion. Student Trustee Cooper.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if there was any student feedback, less in regards to this role and more in regards to this specific service provider. I know that this has all just been very important to the students, exactly what we do, how we do, who we do it with. And in response to my question, please feel free to provide any student feedback you may have received, whether it was a student government action or just, talk.
I'm not sure what you're referencing, and I don't know if IVC Smith could speak to that. We've made presentations on all of the campuses. There have been students in the audience. We've made fireside chats. There's been students in the audience when we presented this. In fact, I believe at one of those meetings, student trustee Cooper, you were in the audience, if I recall, because there was some confusion over a comment that was made. So I'm not sure specifically regarding this direct contract or in general where we're going with holistic wellness and safety. And tonight we just approved the hiring of a director of public safety, which will come on board on the 15th of this month, and we'll be addressing the issues of moving forward. But in the meantime, we still have to have some type of security on campus. And so this is an extension of an existing contract that we have with Marina that will cover the entire academic year.
Absolutely, and do forgive me. Thank you for your patience. I may have been unclear there. What I was curious about is if there's been any student feedback specific to Marina security services.
Oh.
You know, for example, you're saying it would be a continuance of a contract. So, you know, maybe some students have already experienced and engaged these service providers. Maybe they've said good things, bad things, not much. It's okay if there's not an answer. I'm just wondering if someone has heard feedback, not about the plan, just about this provider.
Yeah, I can only tell you about conversations that I've had with individuals regarding our guidance on moving forward with our holistic wellness program and security program, not specifically to this vendor, but I've had conversations with Black Minds Matter, and the former student body president at Laney College was in attendance on both occasions. And I've also had conversation with the current student body president, Bael, at Laney College regarding this, but not to this specific contract, just in general about the direction that we want to take in terms of our holistic security and safety program. So I guess the answer for you is I have not had any discussion unless IVC Smith can correct me. She may have, but it's been in general about what we want to do, not about a specific vendor.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. Then I'll just make my very brief closing comment here. That I am fully aware that y'all have taken great steps in being really involved and communicative with the students and beyond in terms of the development of the broader, greater plan. I have no questions for that and only gratitude. But I non-critically and just constructively want to encourage reaching out to the students whenever possible. I'm not going to, protest this item or anything like that, but whenever possible about security services, because I noticed that I've heard things from students about having concerns about a particular provider or being very, very passionate about a particular provider and thinking it's essential. This is the person that or the service we should go with. So that's totally fine. Everything's good. I just wanted to throw in that feedback that this nuance, I think, is something that, the collective student leaders would love to take part in discussing as well in the future.
Absolutely. And I would just make note that when Dr. Brown did her presentation, she indicated that we are doing and launching a student survey. Since in the spring, we expect more students to be face-to-face. And I'm sure that question will be part of the general discourse as we create that survey that we're going to send out, soliciting input from students.
Thank you so much. And that is fantastic. And might I request that maybe before disseminating the survey, that you send it around the student governments real quick. They might have just, like a tweak here, tweak there to suggest that might end up being really helpful to everyone in the end.
All right.
This is all great.
Duly
Thank you all
noted.
so-
And Dr. Brown, please remind me of that.
I will. And also, let me just chime in to say that we did an extensive student survey when the board made the decision to bring about a new safety and security program, and 1,100 or so students replied, and they wanted the change that has happened. And so students have been engaged since the very beginning.
Yes, just to re-clarify, my only question was about specific providers.
Thank you all for that. Let's go to our next trustee with a question. I thought I saw a hand. Do I no longer see a hand? All right, if there are no more questions for discussion, let's do roll call.
Student trustee Hogan,
Yes.
student trustee Cooper,
Yes.
trustee Woodrow,
Yes.
trustee Jenkins,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Delphine Polk,
Yep.
trustee Bonilla,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez Ewan,
Yes.
trustee Napoleon Valeries.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We are at 12.1 Board of Trustees reports. So let's go through our students first. Student trustee Hogan, do you have a board report on the things that you've done this week or the past couple of weeks rather, as a trustee? Student trustee Hogan? No? Student trustee Cooper?
Hello. So I have been working on 3 items in areas of focuses, or kind of 2 that I wanted to report. One is I have been focusing on effective student participation in the participatory governance process by advocating for bodies and boards and those helping to regulate and train them to make sure that everybody is well informed on what they need to be as far as Brown Act, to enable effective public participation in these meetings. A lot of it was not amicably met, but has been very successfully resolved through cease and desists and cure and corrects. So things are starting to go quite smoothly now. Secondly, I'm very excited to note that I have submitted a agenda item request for the next board meeting for the Board of Trustees to review a proposed gender inclusion policy. And I'm very hopeful that they will give reasonable consideration to adding that to our next agenda. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a fantastic week.
Thank you, student trustee Cooper. Let's go to trustee Jenkins and then trustee Delphine Polk.
Thank you, President Reese. I want to start off by sending my deepest condolences to Supervisor Wilma Chan's family, her friends, her staff, and everybody's life who she touched. I had the pleasure of working at the Alameda County Board of Supervisors while she was a supervisor. And I just got to witness from up close the amazing work that she did, the care that she had for communities, and she will be missed. I want to congratulate the Citizen. They got a number of awards. So big congratulations to Laney and the students there. Continue the good work. Trustee Handy and I went to the California Association of Black School Educators, and it was an amazing event. And we have a lot of things to bring back to the Chancellor, specifically focusing on how we can better align with our K-12 districts and equity, and specifically serving our Black students. And I will be serving as the president of the California Association of Black School Educators, something that I'm really excited about. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Jenkins.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And let's go to Trustee Delphine Cook.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I want to echo Trustee Jenkins' condolences to Supervisor Wilma Chan. She's known my family for many years. It's a devastating loss to our East Bay community. And so I want to send out my heartfelt condolences to her family and to everybody that worked with her, including a lot of us on this call. So it's very, very sad. I also want to I know that we're going to be honoring our veterans today. I come from a really long line of military men, and so I want to send out a great thanks to all of our veterans, including Trustee Withrow and Chancellor Jackson. I'm a very proud sister of a U.S. Air Force airman who was stationed in Florida who went through the Peralta system. And so he definitely got a leg up going through Peralta before he joined the service. So I just wanted to send out a special thanks to all of our veterans as well. And then lastly, I was really touched to hear all of the Dia de los Muertos celebrations that happens along our campuses. It's really great to see celebration of Latinx culture here in the East Bay. I was fortunate enough to attend the Dia de los Muertos event in the Fruitvale, which came back. Luckily, it was outside and distanced, but it was really great to be able to celebrate and be just in community with other Latinx community members here in the East Bay, many of whom are associated with Peralta in a variety of ways. So just want to send a lot of thanks out to the presidents for reporting that back so we could hear that. So thank you very much all.
Thank you, Trustee Delphine Cook. Trustee Withrow.
I'd just like to second the comments on Wilma Chan. Her passing is a major hit to the civic leadership in this area. She was not only a supervisor at a county twice, but she was a leader in the state assembly and did a great deal of work in terms of improving the life of the citizens of this area as well as the state. That's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Handy.
Yeah, I was shocked to learn of the tragic accident with Wilma. Many of you may not know this, but Wilma actually worked for Peralta for a while between when she left the Board of Supervisors for some years. She worked with us, and she and I shared we became grandparents at the same time, and that was a conversation we were always having when we saw each other. She will be truly missed. I had an opportunity to attend again the CAPC conference, and listening to you all tonight talking about dual enrollment, I just wish that all of you could have been at that conference with us, because that was pretty much the major focus. Kevin and I have brought back the catalogs of things that we want to have shared, because with each presenter, their information is there. And it was a national conference. And just to give you an idea of some of the people who were there, we had Dr. Cecilia Cunningham from the executive director of the Middle College National Consortium from New York coming in to talk about the national developments on dual enrollment. We had the Secretary of State, Shirley Weber. They're also there to speak as a keynote. And actually I have, we kind of recorded that because I really wanted to share with the Chancellor and some of the other folks, some of the things that she had to say. And something that was really interesting that she said about those who are working in education and trying to help for students. And she said that if you have really done your job, then you'll have scars to show, and when you think about it, she says, when you get to heaven, they're going to be asking you, where are your scars? Because without scars, it doesn't show that you really got down in the dirt with it. And I know so many of you have scars because you have fought for so many things for our students and continue to fight for them. We had an opportunity to see what was Kaimaka was doing with, and Mesa College was doing with dual enrollment. We had Compton give an incredible presentation. I asked for it to be sent to me. It did. I couldn't load it, but it's coming again. But they gave all of the different legislation that pays for the different parts of it. And that presentation was given by Keith Curry, the president of Compton, Barbara Calhoun, board clerk, and Dr. Deborah LeBlanc. Incredible workshops. And then another one that I found to be very powerful was the one that was Advancing Dual Enrollment Equity, Insights from Black Students and Families. It was really something to hear what they needed so that they could understand how to navigate that system for their students. And what they were also showing, there was, of course, this being a conference on Black educators, a lot of the focus was in bringing in the African-American population, which have a very small participation, except for on these colleges that are making great efforts. And one of the things that I thought was really important was them saying that when we think of dual enrollment and middle colleges, or whatever name, concurrent enrollment, we're thinking AP students. And as one of the presenters said, the AP students are on that track to go to college. They're taking those classes to go to college. What we need to focus our efforts now are those who don't think that college is a part of their existence. And so they go to great efforts to start at age 14, talking to the students, giving them a narrative. When you get to our college, when you come to take classes for us, they said it was very important that the classes be in the college and not brought to the campuses, because the students really grew from having that experience of coming onto the campuses. And the efforts that they made were really showing great results. And again, I'm hoping that we can have this replicated. So any of you are interested in looking at the data and the procedures, but each one of these presenters, coming from even the superintendent of New York schools was there. All of them brought so much energy and so much information about how they've been shifting that narrative, that I think that it just goes so well with all that you're trying to do here. And I think the information is really worth sharing. So I congratulate all of you on your great efforts with the concurrent enrollment and what it's doing for our students. I'm so excited to see the students being excited. And I just want to say thank you. And looking at this, let's see what else we can add to our repertoire to bring our numbers up as well. Take care.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Trustee Bonilla.
Yes, I also want to offer my heartfelt condolences to the passing of County Supervisor Wilma Chan. I think on a positive note, where it's so hard to come up with something positive, I do want to talk about Supervisor Chan's dedication to eliminate poverty and hunger through her work through the county as a supervisor. And if you look at the blueprint that she was instrumental in working on and developing, it's called All in Alameda County Strategic Plan 2021 through 2024, an absolutely amazing blueprint that will impact system change for addressing issues on poverty, housing insecurity, food insecurity, health insecurity. And that blueprint in her name will live on for decades to come. And for that just speaks volumes to the person that she was and how much she contributed to the East Bay. And she will be deeply missed. And it's just a heartfelt gratitude to know that she has left behind a legacy for us that will continue on for decades. And that's all I have to share. Thank you.
Trustee Bonilla. Trustee Vice President Gonzalez-Yuen.
Thank you. Last week I had the opportunity to attend the annual conference for the California Network of Asian American Elected Officials with President Reese. It's really a powerful gathering of kind of brilliant public minds, and obviously missing from that gathering was Wilma Chan. I don't think there's a whole lot more to add, except that it reminds us of the importance of paying attention to the moment that we're in, because we might not get that next one. And whatever small grievances we might have are, they're small in the scheme of things. So pay attention to the big picture. And I think that's a lesson we can learn from her life. She led a big life and affected a lot of people, and really was a pioneer for many of us, particularly those of us who are Asian American public officials. I also want to congratulate the Peralta Citizen for their awards. It's really extraordinary to read about that, and kind of follow the incredible strength of that publication. So I think I'll just leave that alone and then pass it on. It's coming back to me in a minute for announcements. So President Reese.
Yes, thank you. Like my colleagues, I also want to just spend a second or a moment to send my sincerest sympathies and thoughts to the family of Supervisor Wilma Chan. She was one of the first electeds that I approached when I first began this journey. And I remember spending 2 hours with her, speaking with her, and was immediately struck by how real she was, how knowledgeable she was, and how unselfishly passionate she was about doing the hard work. It wasn't the limelight that she wanted at all, but how much she enjoyed the actual work was, I think, what was really, for me, very, very striking. And what truly resonated was how much politics, she had said to me, was not something she wanted to do. She was not politically ambitious. It wasn't something that was, kind of her intent in the beginning. Yet she dedicated 30 years of her life in an unassuming and incredibly powerful way as a public servant. And to echo the sentiment that Vice President Gonzalez-Yuan had just said, it is that life is incredibly precious, and we just never know. But my condolences and my heartfelt sympathies and thoughts to the family, because she has left a legacy, and how wonderful is that for all of us. On another note, just congratulations to the Citizen for the recognition and the awards that they continually get. Brava, the program, the students, Laney, and the many other amazing programs also that we heard about tonight, the biomanufacturing program, the economics program, just all of these programs that we continue to hear about. I think that there's so many things that happen at our district, and it's just wonderful to hear about them. And when we have an opportunity, let's uplift them, because that's so important. And then, of course, let me just end my comments with so excited to have Dr. Droker here, and the partnership she's going to have with Chancellor Jackson, and with that partnership and with the whole district and the 4 colleges. I can't even imagine what Peralta will look like in due time. So that's all I have, and I will turn it back to you, Vice President Gonzalez-Yuan, for the announcements and to close the evening in Supervisor Wilma Chan's memory.
Thank you. Thank you again for raising up Dr. Droker. And I also want to raise up the other hires that we made, particularly Timothy Thomas, our new Director of Public Safety. It wasn't very long ago that this board, in partnership with the rest of our community, took a really bold step in choosing a very different direction for public safety. Mr. Thomas has his hands full, but he's got good partners in this district to work with. And this is going to be a long-term process of building that alternative vision of public safety. Spring 2022 course schedule for each college is now available in Campus Solutions and PDF format on the Peralta College's website. Priority enrollments begin November 16, and then open enrollment begins the 22nd of November. Please use the spring 2022 schedules to start planning for enrollment now. Peralta Colleges will be closed in observance of Veterans Day on Thursday, November 11th. To all the veterans in our community, students, alums, employees, we thank you for your service, and trustees and administrators. The public is invited to Merritt College's Merit Giving Grab and Go outreach event on Tuesday, November 23 from noon to 2. We'll have hot meals, a live DJ, and program information. Stay safe and masked, please. Peralta Colleges will be closed on Thursday and Friday, the 25th and 26th, in observance of the Thanksgiving holiday. The next board meeting will be on Tuesday, December 14th. And in the meanwhile, stay safe. And if we can take a moment of silence in memory of an incredible leader we lost, Wilma Chan, and we'll close this meeting in honor of her memory and her work. Thank you.
With that, let us adjourn. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we will see you all December 14. Bye, everyone. Good night.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Have a great Thanksgiving.
Good
Much
night.
love,
Thank you
y'all.
for staying so
Good night.
late.
Thank
staff.
you. Bye-bye.
Good night. Good night.